Yeah, that was their idea, coffin ball. Jim Miller's obsessed with the idea of getting rid of the coin toss. Uh, AJC, if the Giants change who they're drafting based on signing Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, then they're bigger morons than we think they are.
Why? Sorry to me. I want Rodgers to sign with the Steelers. I don't care if the Steelers win or lose a game. I need to sell 9 pairs of tickets. And they're going to sell a hell of a lot easier with Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback. That's all I care about with that team. Don't give a damn if they win a game.
You mean to tell me the Mason Rudolph tickets won't be as hot?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day. Let's get over it together. The last such Wednesday of March. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Really good show lined up for you today. It's the day before opening day in baseball, the Sweet 16 getting underway. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
Good morning, David. I'm doing well. Great start to the week. I've been busy, but good busy. I like that. And now I'm ready for, getting ready for tomorrow, for some sports, for some hoop, for some opening day baseball.
So in other words, you've been getting stuff done so you could clear the docket.
That's it.
Right.
Exactly right.
Okay. I like it. So there's a few songs out there. One's a country version, one's more of a rock version. Last Man Standing. All right. Is Aaron Rodgers that guy? Amongst the quarterbacks, the quote unquote veteran starting quarterbacks, is Aaron Rodgers the last man standing?
It's just a matter of who he's standing with. And it looks like it's Pittsburgh's the last chair to sit in unless Aaron's going to exit stage left.
Yeah. Or just hang out and wait for someone to get hurt and see if his phone rings. But that's a bit of a gamble. You don't know if the phone's ever going to ring.
And you don't know who's going to get hurt and where that team is, who that team is. And I'm not sure Aaron Rodgers wants to join a team mid-season.
Well, I figured he'd
be early season. You know what I mean.
Right. Well, I figured he'd be on some sabbatical or something, I mean, if he works it into his routine, the 3-4 days of total darkness and that hallucinogenic that he takes, he works that into his, off-season routine when he's got a training camp to go to. Could you imagine if he's got real time on his hands?
No, because he's a really interesting fella.
He is.
He could be doing some very interesting things. I'm not sure, however, I care about Aaron Rodgers outside of football. He is incredibly interesting. He doesn't interest me. With the ayahuasca and the dark. I don't care. You want to go do mushrooms in South America? Good for you. If you're bringing me, I'll come with you. I'll sit right next to you and gobble them up. But otherwise, I don't much care. I don't think he can play anymore. That's the part of this I'm most fascinated by. If Pittsburgh signs him, can he still play football at a level to give them competent quarterback play?
Mason Rudolph or Aaron Rodgers, who would you take?
Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. So he can at least play at that level.
We think. I mean, we'll find out. But I mean, come on now. I mean, what was left? Aaron Rodgers or Gardner Minshew? I mean, we're not, we're taking a first ballot Hall of Famer and putting him up against a guy who can't play in the league.
Well, what do we have left? We have Aaron Rodgers and Carson Wentz and Joe Flacco.
Right.
I mean, that's pretty much what we're left with about quarterbacks who have ever, done anything. That's what we've got, right? We're not missing anybody, are we?
I mean, unless you want to throw Ryan Tannehill in the mix.
Well, that's true.
I mean, it's the only other name I can give you, David.
And reportedly, the Vikings are kicking the tires after Tannehill didn't play last year. Still young enough. I mentioned it yesterday. This organization did this in the late 90s. Randall Cunningham didn't play at all in 1997, and the Vikings brought him in 1998 to back up Brad Johnson. And that didn't last a month because Brad got hurt. And Randall came in, and, well, he had this rookie wide receiver named Randy Moss. And Randall played the best football of his life, and they went 15-1. Not bad for a guy who took a year off in his mid-30s. So Ryan Tannehill took a year off in his mid-30s. Who knows? Maybe it's just what he needed.
We will find out, but there's not a lot left. And I keep harping on the Vikings, and you brought up Tannehill. If they're going to sign him, sign him. If they're going to try to go get Joe Flacco, get Joe Flacco. But I, for the life of me, can't understand the indecision by the Minnesota Vikings right now at their quarterback position. And I know they want J.J. McCarthy to start, but there are no assurances that he's going to be the guy. And to be that negligent with his backup or someone who's going to be his placeholder for a few weeks if he's not ready for a roster that's as good as theirs, I don't understand it. I know I keep harping on it, but I just don't get it.
I think what surprises us is when they made the decision not to tag Darnold, you figured they had a game plan. And right now it looks as if they don't have one. And we would hate to see a good team with a good roster get caught short at the quarterback position because they had numerous opportunities to sign a quality backup and they didn't do it. Miller and Moulton, but Russell Wilson, late afternoon?
Yeah.
Was it late afternoon? It hadn't reached early evening yet. It was close, though. And Russell Wilson signs with the Giants. Have to admit, the Giants, who had no quarterbacks on the roster 2 weeks ago, now have 3 quarterbacks on the roster, and Mark, the 3 quarterbacks combined are costing them $16 million.
Smart spending. No issue with how they're spending. Just don't know if any of them can play.
Right. Don't know if the 3 of them combined are worth that much.
Now, I love, if anybody would have made the Jameis Winston signing at the dollar amount that the Giants did, I think that's a great signing for a competent backup. I do. I don't know about Russ the starter. I don't think he's very good. And I've never been much of a Russ guy throughout his career. And now at the latter part, I wouldn't want him on my team. But the Giants need a starting quarterback. Okay.
Remember Russell Wilson, and we pointed this out last week. Russell Wilson last year visited 2 teams after he was let go by Denver. He visited the Giants first. And the word was, he said to the Giants, is the job open? Or are you signing me to hover over Daniel Jones? And they said, we're signing you to hover over Daniel Jones. And he said, yeah, I'm not a backup yet. I'm going to go somewhere where I could start. And he, the next day, went to Pittsburgh and signed with the Steelers. So that's why it's not a surprise to me at all that Russell Wilson and the Giants struck a deal last night. 1 year, $10.5 million. He apparently can double it with incentives, but still, that's a very cheap rate for a starting quarterback, never mind a veteran starting quarterback. You throw in the fact they signed Jameis 2 years, $8 million. He can earn more with incentives, but basically they have a starting quarterback at $10.5 million, a backup quarterback at $4 million, and Tommy DeVito making essentially league minimum for a third-year guy, which is around $1 million.
And if they draft a quarterback, they simply cut DeVito, and that quarterback can be a third-string quarterback. If it's Shedeur Sanders and he's not ready, he can take the third-string role until he's ready to be the backup and maybe ready to be the starter. Because remember the point that Pat made yesterday, and I think it's a really valid point that people need to remember, is that if you think your backup is a guy you're going to draft, what Pat has said in the room to people who have said that, okay, our quarterback gets hurt in the first series of the season, this guy's going to start. And that's why I look at what the Giants have done and say, you can still draft a quarterback.
Absolutely. I mean, my goodness, if Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and Tommy DeVito prevent you from drafting the guy that you think's your quarterback of the future, you're incompetent. I mean, you're running the organization worse than we think you are. By the way, I would like to ask Dolphin, Jameis Winston or Zach Wilson? Who would you rather have backing up Tua? This Zach Wilson thing, I mean, the people who still think he can play, I find hysterical. I hope I'm wrong, because there are people that love that signing, that think a year as the third-string quarterback in Denver, and all of a sudden that he's going to start showing some of what made him the second overall pick of the draft. I don't know if I've seen a worse quarterback since Jamarcus Russell than Zach Wilson.
And to think, was it Stidham that he couldn't beat out as the backup in Denver?
Right. They kept Jared Stidham this year to back up Bo Nix instead of Zach Wilson.
That should tell you everything you need to know about Zach Wilson. At least
Right.
It does to us. If you think Miller and Moulton are morons, that's fine. Sometimes we do too. But do you really think Sean Payton is? And Sean Payton didn't want Zach Wilson.
Nope.
Went Jared Stidham. And I mean, just say that out loud a couple of times if you're sad about the Miami Dolphins backup quarterback position.
Miller and Moulton. So one of the big stories yesterday, one of the two veteran quarterbacks left is now off the market, seemingly leaving. How do we want to describe the marriage if it ends up taking place between Aaron Rodgers and Pittsburgh? Is it going to be an arranged marriage?
The exact word I was thinking of, David. It is an arranged marriage.
So AR seems to be the last man standing.
I'm just trying to figure out the scene from Coming to America, if it's Aaron Rodgers barking on one leg or if it's Mike Tomlin barking on one leg. That's all I'm trying to figure out at this point. We do, as David said, have a really good show lined up for you today. Ryan Spaeder to talk Major League Baseball opening days tomorrow. David may argue that Ryan Spaeder is up there for an all-time Twitter handle.
Absolutely.
The Ace of Spaeder. And if we played music, I'd have Motorhead blaring when we brought Ryan on. Neil Blackmon covers the SEC for Saturday Down South. We'll talk some hoop with him. And Seth Everett for his weekly appearance on the show. But something else happened last night, a homecoming of sorts. It didn't go all that well for the man coming home. We'll talk about it next on Miller and Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Keenan Allen, go Raiders, as a wide receiver 1 in 2025? Okay. He's not a number 1 anymore. He's not. Maybe on the I know what you're saying, but he's not a number 1. That's not going to help. He can't stay healthy. He's just not a 1. We have not talked about the Mariners switch pitcher. I'd rather talk about the Mariners catcher because his nickname's Big Dumper.
I agree with you, Lucifer. I think Michigan has got a real shot.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. The starting five in a little more than 15 minutes coming up here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Major League Baseball season gets underway in the States anyway, or North America anyway, tomorrow, after the Dodgers and Cubs played that 2-game series last week in Tokyo. And the Sweet 16, the NCAA tournament, resumes tomorrow as well. Did you see the opening weekend's ratings?
Yes, I did. They were up.
Yes, very good. Very good. And with all the top seeds seemingly remaining, one figures this could be a well-rated NCAA tournament. PJ Carlesimo, by the way, and Ryan Russillo, I think on Russillo's podcast last night, Russillo asked PJ if this was the beginning of what our poll question was yesterday. You know, has the tournament jumped the shark? And, you know, basically are the days of mid-majors and Cinderellas, you can forget about them. And PJ said, not yet. He said it's close, but he said not yet. He goes, he thinks ultimately it will be, but they're not there yet.
Well, you know, one of the things that we talked a little bit about yesterday, David, was the smaller leagues. If you look at the all-conference teams from your Horizon leagues, your Summit leagues, these small to mid-major conferences, players on them that are not seniors are transferring. And that's what my point is.
Yes.
Is that if you look at these leagues, if you look at who the best players are leaving. They're not staying.
Right. The best player on Drake is going to follow McCollum to Iowa. And yeah, I mean, New Mexico, whether their best player or second best player, he entered the portal yesterday. And it looks as if they're losing Patino as well.
But there was hoop last night in South Beach. Jimmy Butler returned to Miami. And David, you should be happy. They played a video for him before they introduced him, albeit there was no sound with the video. Apparently, when they ran the video board, the sound either didn't work, wasn't on, whatever the case may be. But they played the video with no sound, And then they introduced Jimmy Butler as the last player introduced from the Warriors in the starting lineup. He raised both arms. It was a mix of claps and boos, more claps than boos. Our old producer, Felipe, was there. I was texting with him at the beginning of the game, and they're like, I'm like, let me know if they honor him. And he's like, they honored him. Okay. But more importantly, during the shoot-around, I happened to watch, David, not only yesterday, I'll tell you, what you've done to me over the years is impressive. Because yesterday on the way to pick up my daughter, I was listening to NBA radio.
Whoa! Hey now! Hey now!
And then on the way to and from gymnastics last night, I was listening to MLB radio.
Oh, man!
But before the game, and I had the pregame on TNT, I was right there, 7 o'clock, ready to go, wanted to see the pregame. I was into this. For whatever reason, this got me. Jimmy Butler coming back. The animosity between Miami and Butler was obviously apparent, and Jimmy Butler was tracked down by Taylor Rooks before the game and asked if he, was going to say anything to Pat Riley if he saw him, and he said, I have nothing to say to Pat, and Pat better have nothing to say to me. And all I could think of, David, was you. Really and truly.
Uh-oh.
If Jimmy Butler's not in your top 3 all-time NBA players, I'm not saying the best, I'm talking about David Moulton's favorite players. Jimmy Butler's got to be on your short list, my friend, because if you were interviewed, having to go back anywhere, of the many times that we've lost jobs in our life, and we're hoping like hell we don't lose this one, sponsor 21,000. I'm not joking. But that is a Moulton quote. That is 100% a Moulton quote. I have nothing to say to Pat, and Pat better have nothing to say to me.
I do resemble that remark.
I mean, do you ever? And unfortunately, the part of this that I wanted Butler to drop 40 on him last night, and Miami said no damn way.
I know.
And there was no Steph. I get it, but Miami's a terrible basketball team right now. And they kicked the Warriors' ass last night. And I thought the word go.
And I thought it was set up too, because Miami got up double figures early. Golden State was trying to hang around, and I'm like, listen, you hang around long enough, the Heat collapse. Okay, Jimmy Buckets could take over in the fourth quarter, and they could be like down 11, and Jimmy could get this done by himself. But nope, Miami had a good third quarter, and had the game at bay, and that sort of deal, and won comfortably. But yeah,
they got it to about 12 mid-third.
Right.
And I'm like, all right,
yep.
Get this to single digits by the fourth quarter, and it's game on.
I was even thinking get it to the fourth at 12 with all the double-digit leads the Heat have lost, that Jimmy would basically say, give me the ball, I'll take it from here. But yeah, so a guy who got tired of things in Chicago and then worked his way to Minnesota and then worked his way out of Minnesota and was with Philadelphia, and they ultimately chose 2 other guys to keep instead of him. And would the Sixers have won a title if they had kept Jimmy Buckets instead of Ben Simmons? And who was the other guy that they kept?
I
mean, a role player too. He's not even a starter in the league anymore.
Fultz?
No, it was Fultz was a guy they drafted instead of Jason Tatum. That's a whole other story. And then of course, 5.5 years in Miami. You could argue it's his best stop. Okay, if Jimmy Butler goes into the Hall of Fame, I mean, who's he going to go in representing? It'd be Bulls or Heat, and I'd say Heat. I mean, 3 conference finals, 2 trips to the finals.
Tobias Harris.
There we go.
Tobias.
Right.
I had to get that. That was bothering me.
I understand. Yep, they chose Tobias Harris over Jimmy Butler. And Jimmy has let them know about it for 6 years. Yep. Listen, Jimmy Butler had me with the Timberwolves story. First off, he leads them to the playoffs. And he's got the coach who loves him more than any other coach ever in Tom Thibodeau. Thibodeau gets Butler, gives up a lot. They make the playoffs. They hadn't made the playoffs in over a decade. And then Jimmy's like, well, time to take care of me. And Tom's like, well, I'm not the GM and, just give it some time and, I'm on your side. And Jimmy's like, no, I get paid now. And so before Jimmy talked his way out of Minnesota, he showed up at practice and he suited up with all the scrubs. And they went after Wiggins and Karl Anthony Towns and kicked their butt in a practice. 4 guys who don't play and Jimmy Butler just shoved it. And Butler took the ball, threw it, turned around and said, and that's why you guys are losers and always will be. All right. And walked out of practice. And I don't think he ever showed up again before they sent his butt packing.
And when asked yesterday about coming home, said, we didn't do anything here. We didn't do anything. Because it's about winning championships. To both Jimmy Butler and Pat Riley, for that matter.
Yeah.
I don't think Pat would disagree with a word Jimmy said.
Spoelstra was trying to be diplomatic. The starting 5 is next. Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, quick story for you, David. I may repeat this at 7-Eleven, but my daughter gets very upset if I learn any of her vernacular.
Mm-hmm.
And the only word I really had was slay. So I decided while I was waiting in the car line to pick her up yesterday to start looking up youth slang. And she got in the car and so I started dropping the words on her. She was so pissed. It was maybe the best half hour I've had in a long time.
Did you let her know you're not going to be at her softball game?
No, I have not done that yet.
Okay. Have you roped your mom in on the plan?
No, I don't think my mom, because my Aunt Renee is staying with my mom,
Right.
for the next few weeks until her daughter comes and picks her up. So I don't know. They may want to really watch because they're both Michigan State fans. So I'm guessing neither of them are coming Friday.
Right. That's your out.
I'm not scared of my daughter. She will be
Fine.
more than understanding of me watching Michigan State.
Right.
That's not where the problem lies.
Right. That's why you got to bring the mother in. Okay. The mother-in-law, the daughter-in-law will back off concerning the mother-in-law, not the husband.
Well, I think I'm just going to put it down to I'm missing day 2 of the Masters for gymnastics. I'm watching Michigan State. That's really what I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
And then when she tells me I'm going to the game, I'll tuck my tail between my legs. I'll go to the game, put my earbuds in, and watch it on my phone.
Well, then I'm not going to church.
Right. You're so funny. I've completely given up on that one. I don't even complain, because before I would complain and that would bother her more than going. So now I just shut up and go and I don't say a word.
Yeah. Wife and I have an understanding about church. I'm never going unless she asks. And she asks 2 to 4 times a year. And I go, okay. But otherwise, I don't go to church.
I am the biggest hypocrite because I go there and participate. It's Catholic Mass. It hasn't changed. It's not, they've changed a few words here or there, but it's not that different. Stand up, sit down, fight, fight, fight.
Right. I do remember one time taking my wife, who's Methodist, to a Catholic service, and she looked at me and she's like, "When do we stand up?" And I go, "I don't know. I just follow everybody else."
That's right.
She looked at me like, "You're supposed to know this." I go, "I haven't spent a lot of time here." Well, Racer, there's nothing we can do about that.
I would tell you to switch to the app, Racer. I would go to the iHeartRadio app or the Beasley app. I wouldn't even try to listen on regular radio. Don't know what to tell you. It's not our station, man.
Well, we have no say.
Thank you so much for listening. We love all of our listeners. Don't get us wrong, but we have nothing. We have zero control over the signal of the Fort Myers affiliate.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And if you're looking for American-made Viagra or Cialis, get sildenafil and tadalafil for as low as $1 a pill. Filled right in the office for your convenience. It's easy. Just text Dr. Dollar 239-980-2302. That's Dr. Dollar at 239-980-2302. 22 minutes before the hour, Miller and Moulton. Ryan Spaeder will join us 1 hour from now to talk some Major League Baseball. Neil Blackmon, a little over an hour to talk the 7 SEC teams alive in the Sweet 16. And a couple hours from now, we'll check in with our good friend Seth Everett for his weekly visit. Right now, it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
We'll start with the NFL. Aaron Rodgers seems to be the last man standing as Russell Wilson signs with the Giants. 1 year, $10.5 million. He can double it with incentives. So the Giants quarterback room, which was empty 2 weeks ago, is now Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and Tommy Cutlets. Is that enough to not draft a quarterback? Not to me. You, Mark?
Not to me.
Now, whether it's a first-round quarterback or someone elsewhere, but that's not an established enough quarterback room for the future anyway to not take a quarterback. We'll see what happens in 4 weeks' time. Wide receiver Stephon Diggs got paid by the Patriots. Rehabbing from a torn ACL, Diggs signed a 3-year deal for $69 million. That's $23 per. However, only the first year is guaranteed. So Diggs with a chance to be wide receiver 1 in New England. Are the Patriots having a Commanders-like offseason from a year ago?
You know, it's a great comparison because what you talked about and we've talked about what the Commanders did largely was retool the middle of their roster.
Mm-hmm.
Make their roster deeper, make their team more complete. And I think the Patriots are doing that plus a little more. Yeah, did they overpay for Diggs? I think so. But how else are you going to get a good wide receiver to come play for your team? Diggs wanted to get paid. He took the highest offer. It was in New England. I commend them for going after him. They had 0 weapons on offense.
3 for 69, 23 per for Stephon Diggs. And the NFL talking about tweaking the kickoff a little bit more. They're talking about making touchbacks come out to the 35-yard line. Is that enough real estate, Mark, now? Because last year, and you called this, you said, hey, moving it for the 25 to the 30, people are just going to line up and kick the damn thing through the end zone. It's not enough of a deterrent not to have a touchback. Okay. Now, however, you're giving them the ball on the 35. Roughly 25 yards from field goal range for most NFL kickers nowadays. Is that enough of an incentive to try to have your kicker kick it down near the goal line and cover a kick?
I think so, but to me, I think this is unnecessary. Move the damn kickers back 10 yards, and you're going to get what you want. Why are we forcing the kick? We're forcing the kickers to kick a 90% kick. Now, I really would love to get a kicker on the show and ask them a lot about this, because I'm guessing for kickers, much like golfers on the PGA Tour, a 90% wedge isn't that hard to hit. Now, for me, a 10 handicap, when I got to dial a shot down, I really struggle. That's hard for me. It would seem to make sense to let these kickers kick a full kick and just bring them back to the 25, but that's not what they're going to do.
One college football note, Stanford fired their head coach yesterday, Troy Taylor. Andrew Luck's first big move as general manager of the Stanford football program. There had been some allegations about Taylor not behaving all that well with others.
Particularly female staffers.
Yep. But last week, Andrew Luck was 100% behind this guy and told the team that with Taylor standing next to him. 4 business days later, Stanford's getting a new football coach. Damian Lillard could be out the rest of the year. He's got a blood clot in his right calf. He is out indefinitely. Well, That would seemingly make Milwaukee not much of a factor going forward. It could, in fact, drop Milwaukee down to the 6th seed in the first
Tied with
round.
the Pistons right now. They've played 2 less games, but that's a distinct possibility.
Meanwhile, in the NBA yesterday, no Steph Curry. Jimmy Butler returned to Miami with Golden State, and the Heat thumped them 112-86. Bam with 27, Tyler Hero with 20. Orlando went to Charlotte, beat the Hornets 111-104. Paulo with 32. The Knicks got a triple-double from Karl Anthony Towns. He hadn't had one of those in 3 years. Knicks beat the Mavs 128-113. AD did not play back-to-back games coming back from the injury. He played 2 nights ago, but not last night.
And what, Hart had a triple-double too last night, and he broke Frazier's record for most triple-doubles in a season for a Knick, and then gave the game ball instead of keeping the game ball, gave the game ball to a guy who scored his first NBA points. I thought that was a neat little nugget from that story.
The Pistons, meanwhile, as Mark said, moved into a tie for 5th in the East by thumping the Spurs 122-96. How many games did the Pistons win last year? Because, Mark, they won their 41st game of the year last night. The Pistons will not finish with a losing record, and they're 1 win away from finishing with a winning record. What a turnaround in Detroit.
14-68. 14-68 was
they are likely going to win 30 or more games this year than last year. Wow. What a job. Houston held off Atlanta 121-114. Jalen Green, 32 points, 11 rebounds. Cavs pick up their 58th win as they close in on clinching home court in the East. Meanwhile, Oklahoma City's already clinched home court in the West, and they picked up their 60th win. So they're 2 games ahead of Cleveland for home court throughout the playoffs. OKC beat Sacramento 121-105. Kings move into a tie for 9th with Phoenix, and they're both a half a game ahead of Dallas, with those 3 teams battling for 2 playoff spots out west. So there were reports that Villanova was going to hire Richard Pitino, but late last night, the report was Richard Pitino is going to Xavier in the Big East instead. Richard Pitino to Xavier. The Nova job is still available. What does that say to everyone?
Chris Beard,
Kevin Willard. I mean, clearly their number 1 choice is coaching in the Sweet 16. Clearly that's what that says. But Kevin Willard is giving interviews saying things are working out between me and Maryland. I'm negotiating with this guy. He's giving me everything I want. You know, I'm pretty sure I'm going to stay. And yet Villanova's like, well, we'll wait till you sign the contract. One other story from yesterday. Remember how the NCAA tournament started, Mark? With the play-in game between Alabama State and St. Francis of Pennsylvania. And the Hail Mary pass, and Alabama State caught it and scored with less than a second to go. Yeah. St. Francis of Pennsylvania only has 1 more year that they'll be eligible for the tournament because the school decided to drop from Division I to Division III yesterday. Basically, they said, yeah, we don't have the money to compete in Division I athletics anymore. This is ridiculous. You seen the size of our campus? So St. Francis of Pennsylvania, which just went to the tournament, is going to drop down to D3 instead of try to compete in the Northeast Conference. Ooh, what a juggernaut that is. The CBI semis last night in Daytona, Illinois State and Cleveland State, your winners. Cleveland State ended FGCU season 72-65. The Eagles finished 19-15. NHL, a whole bunch of games. Sorelli with 2 goals. Kucherov with a goal and 2 assists. Lightning bombed the Penguins 6-1 to move within 2 points of the Panthers and Maple Leafs. And Mark, I believe Toronto now owns the tiebreaker over the Panthers. Their 7-2 win over the Flyers. They're tied in points with Florida. They're tied in regulation wins. But the next tiebreaker, I believe, is regulation and overtime wins. And the Leafs have a commanding lead in that category. So right now, Toronto would win the division, and Florida and the Lightning would meet in the first round. Wow. St. Louis beat Montreal 6-1. Canadiens still a point ahead for the last wild card spot. Blues have won 7 in a row. They are the last wild card out west. Ovechkin, with 4 minutes to go in Winnipeg, scored number 889. That tied the game at 2. Winnipeg won in overtime 3-2, but Ovechkin 889, 5 away from Gretzky, 6 away from the all-time record. The Kings are unbeaten in their last 15 at home. They beat the Rangers 3-1. Buffalo beat Ottawa 3-2. That's a bad loss for the Senators trying to nail down a playoff spot. Mark, your Wings got beaten Colorado 5-2. They're 3 points behind Les Habitants for the final playoff spot.
Stick the fork in them.
Well, you knew that was tough. To play at Colorado as the second of a back-to-back.
Absolutely, but their schedule's tough. I guess rumor has it that after the Utah game, Yzerman was in the locker room, and apparently there was players complaining about no moves being made, and he kind of gave the speech. I think we can do it with the guys that are here, and they were all fired up. They scored the first goal against Colorado, but then again, they were playing Colorado.
Meanwhile, Calgary, they've won 4 in a row. The problem is they're chasing the Blues, who have won 7 in a row. They're 4 points behind St. Louis for the final playoff spot, but they do have 3 games in hand, which is fascinating. Opening day in Major League Baseball's tomorrow. Mariners signed catcher Cal Raleigh to a 6-year, $105 million deal. All right.
Arguably one of the greatest nicknames in sports today. Cal Raleigh is known as the Big Dumper.
22-year-old Angels righty Ryan Johnson made the team. He has not played a single inning of minor league baseball, and he's made the team. He was a second-round pick out of Dallas Baptist last year, was shut down after the draft, didn't play any minor league baseball. And Astros 22-year-old Cam Smith, who was the big part of the Tucker trade for the Astros, he made the team. Okay, he's only played 32 games in the minors. Jordan Montgomery, the Diamondbacks, going to have Tommy John surgery. That's the guy that the Diamondbacks owner said is the worst signing we've ever had, and it was all my fault. So he's going to pay $22.5 million to rehab from TJ surgery. And a couple of Vanderbilt teammates, Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker, are going to be starters in the Texas Rangers rotation, breaking spring training for Texas. Speaking of college baseball, the Noles with a walk-off slam from Alex Lodice last night to beat the Gators 8-4. Auburn beat South Alabama 13-5. Alabama edged North Alabama 4-3. Jacksonville beat UCF 3-2. And finally, Mark, I can't believe you didn't mention this off the top of the show for as many times as you mentioned it yesterday. The TGL, it's over. Just like that. The championship decided. Atlanta won it. The team of Billy Horschel, Patrick Cantlay, and Justin Thomas beat the New York team headlined by Xander Schauffele, and they won the championship.
Threw the hammer on 17, David, and Horschel made a great putt.
He did.
To give Atlanta the lead, and then Cantlay with a great up and down on the 18th, which was a par 5 to lock the match for Atlanta. Yes, I watched.
And Horschel with some real emotion, too. I mean,
Said he blacked out. When what's-his-face there interviewed him, Marty Smith, he said, I made the putt, and then I got to be honest, I kind of blacked out. I threw a few expletives out. And I think I said, this is my house. I'm pretty sure. Threw his hat, threw his putter. It was a good scene for, It
was.
They were excited. It looked like genuine excitement. It didn't look like it was made up, and that's all you can ask for.
No, it had a little bit of a Ryder Cup look to it, So, all right, that's why I mentioned it. Your beloved TGL. Blah, blah, blah.
TGL.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
We get a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What are you thinking for a poll question? I love Adams. I wouldn't do it, but that's a great question. What lasts longer, TGL or XFL? That's a good snarky question, Adam.
That is.
And the Ryder Cup is just a group of foreigners. It's not a country. It's Europe. It's a continent. So
could ask people now that the TGL season is over, did you watch any of it? Yes, no, what's the TGL? By the way, the guy that I said yesterday that FGCU should hire
Yeah.
to be their women's basketball coach, and I know they don't call it this anymore, but I tweeted it out, and the first person to like it was Nikki Collin, the women's coach at Baylor. I went, huh, I'll be damned. Maybe I'm on to something here.
So that's what we're going with now. Now that the TGL season has ended, did you watch any of it?
Yes, no, what's the TGO?
So last night, I've got the NBA game on with sound. I've got the TGL on with no sound. My wife, sitting on the couch with me, says, can we put the sound of the golf on?
Wow.
She goes, unless you really have to watch that for work, I'd rather watch the other. And all I was watching for Jimmy Butler for was the pregame and the introduction. After that, I was watching for the fourth quarter, if you know what I mean. And that wasn't going to happen.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Wednesday of March. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll talk a little Major League Baseball with the season getting underway for most teams tomorrow. Ryan Spaeder to join us to, well, maybe he'll point out who's this year's Royals or Tigers, a surprise team to, latch on to. Neil Blackmon, an hour from now, we'll talk plenty of SEC basketball with nearly half of the Sweet 16 made up of SEC teams. And our buddy Seth Everett to join us a little more than 90 minutes from now. Portal open Monday. We're at over 1,000 players in it.
Oh, yeah.
Over 1,000. The portal's been open 48 hours. And
I probably should have had it up. I probably should have done a better job of this, and I apologize because I'm still, even though I've been doing the production end of this, learning some of the systems here, and there's one that I need to master that I have not yet, because that would provide us the ability to have a little more sound on the show, and I know that's something that both David and I would like. But not because I'm a Michigan State guy. Did you see Izzo's rant yesterday?
Oh, please. I live for Clint Eastwood on the front porch. Are you kidding? I love Izzo. I always liked Izzo. Okay. Now, are you kidding? I love Tom Izzo. I want Tom Izzo to coach to 93 and have him get grumpier by the year. Yes, I saw Izzo. I asked him about the transfer portal. Here we go. Yes, do you leave the room or do you sit back and put your feet up after you ask that question?
Oh, you sit back and put your feet up. He started out by saying, basically he went off. Watch it, because I don't think either of us, without playing the sound, could do it any justice. But he was asked about the portal and then just went off on the timing of the portal and the fact that he's not going to spend any time on the portal as he gets his team ready for their game against Ole Miss, and that it would be a disservice to the guys that are here And at the end of it, he said it, it may be good for my program next year. I don't know, but I'm going to run my program the way I want to run my program.
I mean, and he was then one line away of basically saying, if you want it run differently, get somebody else. But yeah, Izzo said, hey, I'm not going to spend a minute, not 1 minute, worrying about the portal and next year's team. This team has given me everything. And this team, I owe this team to give them everything. And he said, when you make a Final Four, you take it with you for the rest of your life. I mean, he said, if we could get to the Final Four, everyone associated with this team, the family members of everyone associated with this team, you remember it for the rest of your life. He goes, you really think I care about next year's team? Not at all. And when some reporters were kind of like, well, you're going to fall behind, you might miss out. And Izzo's like, yeah, I don't care.
I do like the one line he said where kids got to do what they got to do. And they're not really doing what they got to do. They're doing what their parents or their agents are telling them to do. But Izzo, and I didn't want to make it about, because that could have been the poll question. Do you agree with Tom, or is he old? Is he Clint Eastwood?
Well, he's definitely Clint Eastwood. He's definitely Clint Eastwood. Now, you may still agree with him, but he's definitely Eastwood in Gran Torino. There's no question about it anymore.
And I'm pretty sure the reporter knew the answer he was getting when he asked the question. I'm confident that report, that that there's a group of them going, you going to ask about the portal?
I was going to say, don't you think they're elbowing one another going, you going to ask it? No, it's my turn.
And two of them had their heads down.
Yep.
Trying to restrain from laughing as Izzo's going nuts so they don't yell at him. They don't yell at them. Tom doesn't see him and yell at them. But they're not laughing at Izzo. They're laughing at the reporter who asked the question.
Right. Yeah, we could have told you. Here you go. So, yes, over 1,000. We're 2 days in. Because I think the first person, it was some player from North Florida, was apparently the first person to put his name in the portal Monday morning. He did it at like 5:42 a.m. He was the first one.
We literally couldn't wait until the Tuesday after the tournament to open the portal.
Yeah, what the hell?
It's 2 weeks. They're not transferring today. They finish the semester and they transfer after the semester.
And nobody finishes the semester before late April, most likely early May. Why can't you have it?
They'd have a month. They would have a month. That's ample time. Yeah. They're already working on it anyhow. This is like the legal tampering period in the NFL. Come on. These guys that are thinking about transferring, they all have agents now, or like Izzo said, their parents. There's a handler that can work their deals for them. But let them finish the season, for crying out loud. The fact that kids from Michigan are deciding whether or not they want to transfer as they're getting ready to play Auburn in the Sweet 16 is ridiculous to me.
And we had that mess of a situation in college football. We had some people transfer and leave their team that was in the playoffs. We had some people say, I'm going to transfer, but I'm going to stay with my team. And then once we're eliminated, I will transfer. But yes, why in the world? What would it be? The Tuesday after the title game is what, April 8th? Why couldn't we wait? If you even want to be respectful to the two teams playing for the title, you could wait to Wednesday the 9th. But how about Tuesday, April 8th? We couldn't wait till then? Unreal. It's ridiculous.
So the transfer portal, alive and well. How many do we have? 1,700 kids?
Well, so far, as of this morning, over 1,000
Over 1,000
had entered the portal, but, it's literally 48 hours. My guess is you'll be right. That's about where we'll end up. I think last year we ended up at just under 1,000 total. So what a difference a year makes. But to give you an idea, so Ryan Odom gets the Virginia job. And Tony Bennett bailed on Virginia, 2 weeks before the season was going to start?
Yes, thereabouts.
So Ryan Odom was asked yesterday how much more NIL, and the fact they call it NIL still is absurd. How much more money? How much more money do you have to buy your team with than Tony Bennett had to buy his team with? I mean, that's the question. And Ryan Odom said, I have 4 times the amount of money that Tony Bennett had. Tony Bennett had won a natty for them. Tony Bennett is arguably a Hall of Fame coach. And we're talking about March as opposed to October. And in that period of time, the Virginia Athletic Department came to the realization, if we want to be serious, we got to come up with a few more $1 million.
And what I really wonder, and you brought this up before, David, but I happened to be talking to my son yesterday, and he's an East Carolina grad, and he's like, hey, East Carolina kept their 3 best basketball players, and told me the story that apparently an ECU alum just sold his business for like $1.2 billion and is a basketball fan and gave $1.1 million to the ECU basketball program and challenged the ECU fans and alumni and said, I'll match whatever is donated up to $1 million more. So his 1.1, let's just say they raise $1 million on their own. He's going to match that. They all of a sudden have $3.1 million in the AAC. That should win you the conference. It should, period. But it goes to show, like a Virginia, okay, that's great. The ECU got the money. Is this guy going to give the money every year? At what point do these alum who are giving these huge stipends of money to the schools to pay for players say, I don't want to give it anymore?
Well,
why do I have to pay for your team? Because I don't want to say it's easy, but if you have the wherewithal, a one-time donation isn't that difficult for an extremely wealthy person. But you start asking that person to do it every year for 20 years, they're at some point going to scratch their head and go, what the hell am I doing here?
Well, yeah, or no, I've done enough. All right, no, have somebody else.
So how does this system continue to last?
Mark, been asking it for months now, if not 2 years.
Now, the school's getting the $20 million or whatever, that I understand. That could just be a budgetary process. Here's what the school has for the money for the players. It's a line item.
But that's for all sports, though.
Right.
Right. And then you have to divvy it up accordingly. Never mind the fact that someone is going to challenge that and say that it needs to adhere to Title IX, which I don't think it does. And certainly the people making the future plans don't think it does. But what if by chance they lose in court? Now, all of a sudden, 54% of your money is going to have to go to women's sports? I mean, yeah, the gravy train would stop on a dime.
I mean, schools like Georgia don't even like to spend it on their other men's sports, let alone on a women's sport.
Right. I mean, this whole Georgia making the NCAA tournament, Kirby's like, that's cute, but this has to stop. We're not going to spend money on this in the future, are we? We got a football program. We haven't won a natty in 2 years. Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
DC, I believe, and I could be wrong. For instance, a basketball player has to go to fall classes to be eligible for winter semester, spring semester. I don't believe that they have to really do much in the spring. They don't even have to have a grade point average, if you will. So if they're transferring, I'm guessing a lot of them aren't going to any classes right now. But I'm not 100% positive on that, but I think I'm pretty close, DC. Adam, that's very close to my degree. Do not say that. That hurts my feelings. David, if you look at DC's question there, if I'm right, what I said to him is that basically if you're a basketball player in college, you have to go to fall classes and be eligible through the fall. But once the spring semester or winter semester, second semester starts, they're not really required to do a damn thing, are they?
No.
Especially if they're leaving. Like if you're transferring,
Yep.
you didn't have to go to a class spring semester.
No.
It's a nothing story, but USA Today has that for the win, and it's 15 bold predictions for the MLB season. Well, they're all making outlandish predictions, but none of them really matter, but I thought one of them was funny. Where is it here? Christian DeAndrea. Paul Skeens and Bubba Chandler combined to be the 1-2 force for Pittsburgh, eventually riding to a frustrating playoff exit before, years later, being sold for pennies on the dollar by incompetent ownership.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Ryan Spaeder in a little more than 15 minutes time to, well, begin previewing the Major League Baseball season. We've been doing it all month long. Ryan Spaeder talk about, well, the league as a whole, not just specific teams. He'll join us a little more than 15 minutes time. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, and that's where you go to vote in our poll question. Now that the TGL season has ended, did you watch any of it? Yes, no, what's the TGL?
Did you turn it on at all? Did you
No.
watch any of it?
Nope, not a second. Doesn't interest me at all.
And I told you I watched early to see if I had any interest. I really didn't. For whatever reason, it lured me back in, and it entertained me.
Okay.
It entertained me. And as I mentioned earlier, both Trent Bally, who only watches the Masters, and my son, who happened to be about the same age, who only watched the Masters, have both watched TGL. Just on that small sample size, if they're getting that nationwide, then this thing worked. If they're getting 25 and 26-year-olds to watch this, then it did gangbusters. Put it this way. Liv would kill to have the numbers the TGL had.
Oh, please. TGL, I think, doing around what? 600,000 a night? And yeah, well, you could take a zero off that, and that's pretty much Liv's ratings. But 600,000 is also routinely kind of an average weeknight college basketball game throughout the year. An average game. I'm not talking about Saturday when they load up on their schedule. You know, Alabama, Auburn, and Auburn, Florida, and some of those games did a couple million people this year. Duke and Carolina routinely does a couple million. But, you know, you go Tuesday, Wednesday night, SEC, Big 12, whatever the case may be, you just throw them on from 7 to 9 at night, you're doing around 600,000-700,000. And that's what the TGL did on average. I consider that pretty good.
I consider it a win. For as much as I was anti this, I think they've won. Now, let's see what the longevity is. There are parts of it that I don't get at all. Like the winning team got was it $6 million or something like that to win this thing? Where are they getting the money? Where are they making money? Is the TV deal that lucrative with ESPN that I'm trying to figure out how this league ever makes money. I mean, the minor league guy in me who spent many a year working in minor league hockey, handing out coupons in Nashville, trying to get someone to go to a damn game and running to the bank with my paycheck so I cashed mine before everybody else cashed theirs. I'm trying to figure out how this league makes money. I'd love to go work for one of these leagues. Go work for Live Golf for the TGL that seem to have millions of dollars to burn and don't care whether or not they make a dime.
I don't know how they pay their bills because I can't imagine they have enough money in advertising. And that place holds what, 1,500?
Yeah, 1,500 people. There's no money. There's no revenue in tickets there.
Although apparently tickets are not cheap.
Okay, but they were like $150.
Yeah, I know, which to me is outrageous. But they're still not paying the bills with what they have. What I'm wondering is are they just using, all these rich people who have bought in on these teams? And are they just, right now funneling money off of it? The one thing I will say, your point about your 25-year-old son and our former producers around that age, and they have watched this. That's good for golf. The other thing that's good for golf is it got golf in some way, shape, or form on ESPN. I mean, golf signed that deal a long time ago in which it's basically a Golf Channel thing until the weekend. Or you got to do the ESPN Plus. You got to do the streaming to get PGA Tour Live. But you don't get much golf 52 weeks, 365 on the four-letter network. In fact, I think you get 4 days. Thursday, Friday of the Masters, Thursday, Friday of the PGA. That's it.
By the way, have you heard the new ESPN Masters commercials?
I don't think so.
I hadn't and finally did. For the longest time, you heard a certain song behind the Masters promos.
Right.
Ray Charles, Georgia on My Mind.
Uh-huh.
They now have a different artist singing Georgia on My Mind, and it ain't the Ray Charles version.
Is this when they made the decision to do One Shining Moment and not do it with Luther Vandross and do a different version, and everybody went, what the hell are you doing? Could we get Luther back, please? So they did the same thing, too. They decided to go away from Ray Charles.
Noah Kanan, I believe is how you say his name. He's a Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter.
I'm sure he's terrific.
But they've done previous versions, but they always kind of went back to the Ray Charles, and now they've got a new singer. So I just didn't know.
Now
that's got some people hot.
Now, listen, I can definitely be the old curmudgeon. Everybody knows that. I will say, there are some remakes, like Alicia Keys, New York, New York, is outstanding. It's obviously very different from Frank's. Okay, but Alicia Keys, New York, New York is excellent. And would I be offended if I was in a situation to hear New York, New York, and all of a sudden I heard Alicia Keys instead of Frank? No. But it's because she pulled it off. It was kind of like when, Beyonce did Jolene. I mean, damn. You better nail this. You better be great. You're going to try to redo Jolene? And she did an amazing version of it. And it's like, wow. Okay, that worked.
Give me, and I don't need it now, put this in the back of your brain. Think about it during the break. Give me the best, in your estimation, remake of a song.
Oh boy.
No, and I'm not asking you to do it now, and the listeners can text it in 21,000. But I would put Hendrix covering Dylan's All Along the Watchtower up near the top of my list. Off the top of my head, that's the one that came to me as being outstanding.
Disturbs the Sound of Silence.
Very good.
I think it's better than the original. I'm a big Disturbed fan, though. I mean, little bias there.
That is very good. That's a good call. I like that.
So, all right. So 21,000 on the text line, Twitch chat room, best remake. But no, I have not heard the non-Ray Charles version of Georgia on My Mind. That's probably a good thing.
You'll start hearing more of it. Masters
know.
right around the corner.
No, I know. 2 weeks from tomorrow.
But the baseball season begins tomorrow. Skinny Mookie Betts says he's going to play. He's lost like 25 pounds.
He's like 157 pounds right now. Man.
I don't care if he says he's going to play. He wouldn't play anytime soon. They don't need him. It's the Dodgers.
Right. I'd be, how sometimes they say to the big offensive lineman or defensive lineman, you can't play till you weigh in at a certain weight and you have to cut weight to get it. I would do the exact opposite with Mookie. I'd be like, before you're a $172, you ain't stepping on the field.
I'm with you 100%. Got 162 of these things. Well, 160. They've already played 2. But you know what? You can miss the opener against the Tigers, too.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Tell you what, so to everyone who is suggesting you think that the remake is as good or better than the original. So you think Aerosmith's Come Together is better? Ludacris, now I will say Whitney's I Will Always Love You, that was pretty amazing. So I'm impressed by how many people think that certain remakes were better. God. Mm. Mark, remember in the Mark?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Remember in the starting five, I mentioned the kid hit the slam for Florida State?
Yeah.
Okay. So he hit the slam to beat the Gators, to hit for the cycle, and the kid's from Jacksonville. And the game was in Jacksonville, and it was sold out, 10,000+.
I don't know if it was a spring training home run or if it was a last year home run, because I was on the MLB Network and they played a clip coming back. I'd never heard it before. It's like, it's back. It was a walk-off grand slam. Get the mustard and bread, because that's a grand salami. I loved it. Never heard anybody do something like that before. I laughed my tail off.
Feeney, will the Marlins make the playoffs in the 2020s? And I know they already have, but what I'm saying, the rest of the 2020s, 5 seasons, will the Marlins make the playoffs? I mentioned that. Yeah.
Went right to voicemail. I sent him a text.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Neil Blackmon, who covers SEC basketball for Saturdays Down South. I mean, make up almost half the Sweet 16. So you might as well just talk about the SEC teams for a while. He'll join us coming up at the top of the hour. Seth Everett, 1 hour from now. So they announced it yesterday. The Rays game at Tropicana Field Friday against Colorado is a sellout. 10,000 and change. They've been spending the rest of their week tailoring the ballpark to look as if it's the Rays' home and not the Yankees' home.
I want to go to a game at Steinbrenner Field.
I do too.
I was actually talking to a friend of mine. You know him. He's a big baseball fan. And I'm like, we got to figure out a getaway day where right after the show, I'll pick you up. We'll go to Tampa. We'll see a game, can make it home by 8 o'clock that night at the latest. Probably 7, maybe even earlier.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you leave at 10 o'clock, pick him up on the way. I mean, you'll get there 12:30-ish.
Right.
For a 1:10 start. Yeah, you'll be fine.
Game's over by 3:30. Don't hit a lot of traffic. Home by 6:30.
Bada bing, right?
So I just think it would be fun, for lack of a better term, to see a real big league game in a minor league stadium, in a spring training facility.
I'm curious whether or not it is going to be, for lack of a better phrase, a big turn on for the Tampa sports fan, in which they decide, you know what? I want this. I want this team on this side of the bridge.
I think the points that, and we've talked to so many people about the Rays Stadium deal, but I think the main point of this is that the huge advantage that Tampa has, and we all know how difficult it is for the Tampa folks to drive to St. Pete. I mean, come on, it would be like trying to put a team and, looking at the traffic on I-75 and let's add a team in Estero and have the games at 5 o'clock when the highway's jammed. It's an impossibility. But the businesses are all in Tampa, and that's where the majority of your season tickets come from, the corporate ticket. So that's the part of this I'm interested in, to see how they do year-long attendance-wise. So they sold out opening day. Great. Everybody does. They usually do it with 40,000 seats. What do you do in day 2?
Of course, you could make the argument, and we have joked for years, Mark, that you get all these big opening day crowds. Many times it's a sellout. And then the day 2 crowds, like in Cleveland, they'll pack it in Cleveland. 37,000 or whatever the sellout is. And then the next game, it'll be 6,700 because that's their season ticket base. And most of the season ticket people don't even show up. And so they announce it's 6,738 when in fact there's 3,000 people there. Since you have a minor league ballpark, Mark, you can go from, remember, a sellout at the Trop was 25,025. You can come back with 10,000 the second game. Now, Mark, if you come back with 10,000, that's a sellout.
All right. 2 years ago, David, you were spot on with the Arizona Diamondbacks. That was your over 2 years ago. You're like, take the over on the Diamondbacks. Boy, did that ever pay off for you. I don't think you had a lock last year that hit. Do you have a team that you're looking at this year to be a surprise team in baseball?
Right now, no, because I think a couple of them overachieved last year. I mean, in your division, in the AL Central, I mean, both the Tigers and Royals hit last year with stunning turnarounds. Now, there are teams that I think that I would bet the under this year on the over-under. I mean, there are certain teams that I think are going to underachieve compared to what they've done in the last year or two. But, I mean, Mark, if there's someone other, you've got 3 teams in the NL East. We all know who they are. Braves, Phillies, Mets. You got 3 teams in the West based on what they've done recently: the Dodgers, the Padres, and the Diamondbacks. Out of those 6, don't you think 5 of those 6 are going to make the playoffs, and then we're going to have somebody win the Central? And that the surprise will be if somebody else enters the fray. If it's the San Francisco Giants this year that pushes 1 or 2 of those NL West teams aside. If the Nats peak a year early, because the thought is the Nats by next season could be pretty good, but that they're a year away.
And to your point, looking at over-under numbers just in the AL Central, to me, that's where if you think you know, you can make some money. Because trust me, there are some unders coming on these teams. Twins, 84.5.
Yeah, I'm going
Tigers.
under on the Twins, by the way.
Tigers, 83.5. Royals, 83.5.
I'm going over on the Royals.
And the Guardians are 82.5.
Probably going over on that. But I'm going under on the Twins. I am. They didn't really improve themselves. They're already starting off yet again with injuries, and they have half their damn team that is perennially injured. So I'm down on the Twins. They can't sell that team fast enough. That team needs an infusion of cash.
$1.7 billion is apparently what they're asking for the Twins. They have $425 million in debt, which sounds like a ton of money. It's not.
So a quarter of what the franchise is worth is debt.
Yes.
That's not bad, right? I mean, if you've got enough money, if you got $2 billion, I mean, you can handle that.
But it's interesting because they want $2 billion. That's the reported number for an expansion fee.
Right.
And yet the Twins are for sale for less than an expansion fee. Twins are a really good franchise. A really good franchise.
Yeah.
They're competitive most every year.
Yeah, they're solid. They are.
They have a really good fan base.
Mm-hmm.
You've mentioned a million times. They have a terrific radio network.
It's arguably the biggest in baseball, at least in terms of the number of states that carry Twins baseball. It's huge. Mm-hmm.
I think someone will gobble this team up rather quickly.
Well, I would also, because you've got serious corporate money in Minneapolis, St. Paul. I would totally gobble the Twins up. And you've got 5 states in which the Twins are beloved in. I mean, let me tell you, when the Twins do their January caravan throughout the upper Midwest before they head to Fort Myers for spring training, I used to cover that for the TV station in Fargo, and we'd hit a few of the spots. I mean, you're talking third week of January, awful weather, cold as blank, hundreds of people lined up outside to get into whatever school or civic center or wherever it is that, the manager and 2 regulars are going to show up at.
By the way, I gave you all the over-unders in the AL Central except for one team. Care to take a guess at what the over-under for the Chicago White Sox is this year?
57.5.
Lower.
Oh, boy. 54.5?
Lower by 1. 53.5.
Wow. That's 110 losses.
Yeah, it is, David.
That's now.
Yes, it is.
Now they had 121 last year, but still, I mean, to follow that up with a $110, damn. Wow.
By the way, for those of you who believe that Rob Manfred is going to force Stu Sternberg to sell his team, can I present you with the Chicago White Sox?
Well, can I present you with the Pittsburgh Pirates? Because
Great presentation, David.
Mark, that's the team, by the way, that I think the question that you started this segment off with was, is there a Royals or Tigers from last year? Is there a Diamondbacks from 2 years ago? I think if there is, it's coming out of the NL Central. Is it Francona with the Reds? Mark, that Pirates pitching, I mean, it's criminal what this owner is not doing. I mean, their lineup is not good. It doesn't have to be good for them to win that division. I mean, if it was decent, they'd win that division with the pitching they have. I mean, they have 4 lights out young starters. 4. And I would be begging them saying, hey, spend a little bit of money now. We ain't going to be able to keep these guys. We might as well get as much out of them as we can.
It is disappointing because, the Tigers aren't afraid to spend money when they're close. This year they went out and got some players and they tried to improve their team and they went and got guys because they've got a good young pitcher and they think that they might have a window here in the AL Central. To your point, Pittsburgh this is like having a quarterback on a rookie deal.
Yes.
Except for they've got 4 of them.
But they won't invest in an offensive line, in essence.
Exactly.
To protect the quarterback. It's like, guys, you don't need to score a lot of runs. I mean, Pittsburgh's become the Seattle of the National League. I mean, Seattle had the best pitching in baseball last year, missed the playoffs. It's because they won't spend any money on their lineup.
But they just did. They went and catcher was it back-to-back 30 home run season. They signed him for 6 years, and there's nobody in baseball that doesn't think it's a terrific deal for the Mariners.
But that's the team, I'm toying between Pirates or Reds as to the team I'm going to jump on in that division.
I would jump on the Reds because of the manager. He knows how to push the right buttons to get a team to play hard, and I think the Reds have the talent. Interesting over-unders, though. They're a game apart, the Reds and the Pirates. Neither predicted to win more games than they lose.
Oh, well, then I definitely go over the Reds. Now, I lost money on the Reds last year. But
we did, David. We might double up.
Yeah, I'm willing to lose money again.
78.5 is the number
over.
on the Reds.
Way over.
And 77.5 is the number on the Pirates.
Criminal with that pitching. Criminal. I mean, Paul Skeens is doing interviews. They're asking him now. Seriously. They're asking him now, when do you think you'll be traded? The Pirates have him under control for at least 5 more years. And he's being asked now in interviews. So when do you think you'll get dealt?
And Pittsburgh's such a parochial town. It's all they care about are their sports teams. In the summer, I've been there in the summer. Well, I remember walking into the liquor store. You know what was on in the liquor store? The Pirates game.
Yeah. What else is going to be on?
I know, but that's just, you don't get that around here. You get elevator music when you go into Total Wine. You go into a liquor store there, they got the Pirates game on. They care. The ownership doesn't. It's embarrassing.
I mean, I really thought, I would have been pounding the table in the offseason, and I would have said to them, sign Pete Alonso. Let's sign Pete Alonso. The fan base will go nuts. Go absolutely nuts. I go, he'll hit 40-plus homers. All right? That's a good start. We find one more guy, we're going to the playoffs. So you're right. I may jump back on the Reds train.
I think it's a good train to jump on. I'm curious about the Giants. 80.5. I think the Giants will win more games than they lose this year. I have a feeling the Giants are going to be a little bit better than people expect. No, it's a tough division. I get it.
Padres have injuries. Padres have lost some guys. Yeah, it's possible. I don't think they can make the playoffs, but yeah, I could see them maybe winning 83, 84, 85.
Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening. Poll question is about the TGL. Did you watch? Yes, no, or what is the TGL? Neil Blackmon to talk some SEC basketball next.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I actually text Spaeder too. He didn't respond to that either.
I think the Red Sox are going to have a very good year. Like, I might even throw a few shekels on the Red Sox to win the East.
Did you see the picture, if you will, of the Sweet 16 teams, and it had the logos of where every player was when they started college?
Amazing. And then you're trying to pick which team is which. There's like 6 of them I was able to figure out just without looking anything up.
Yeah, one of them was Michigan State.
Because they had 4 of the 5 guys who started their careers, all 5 guys at Purdue.
Right.
Yeah. I was able to pick out Tennessee because of the North Florida logo. Oh, man.
Neil is all set.
Okay. Great.
I'm with you, Michael. I would take the over on Seattle, and I would take the under on the Astros.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home in the 239 and the 904 for the show, and therefore the week. Final hour of the show in Lake City, Live Oak, and surrounding areas. In Port Charlotte, Venice, and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Neil Blackmon, he covers the SEC basketball for Saturday Down South, SaturdayDownSouth.com. You can follow Neil on X, NW Blackmon. That's NW Blackmon. Neil, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Doing great, guys. Thanks for having me.
It's our pleasure. So when you sat down a week ago, how many did you think they'd have in the Sweet 16? The number ended up being 7. Okay, was that about what you expected? How do you think the SEC has acquitted themselves with all the pressure on them entering the tournament?
I thought it would be 6, so they're one over where I figured it would be. I did think Texas A&M matched up pretty well with Michigan. I thought they would win that game, and was wrong about that. I did not see Ole Miss coming, and shame on me, I guess, because Chris Beard has proven time and time again that he's one of the best basketball coaches on the planet, and that certainly proved to be the case in their second round win over Iowa State, which was pretty lopsided from the beginning. So I think they're kind of one over where I thought they'd be. I was a little worried about Alabama after the opening game, but obviously they played great against St. Mary's in the second round. So here we are, almost half the Sweet 16 is the SEC.
So with nearly half of the Sweet 16 being SEC teams, has the SEC, in your opinion, fulfilled what they needed to entering the tournament to justify all of the bids, or do they have to have a team cut down the nets this year?
So I think they need to get, I don't know if they need to get multiple teams to the Final Four. Like if they got one to the Final Four and that team won, I feel like it would validate it. If they got 2 to the Final Four and neither one, but there were 2 there, it would really validate it. Look, they're 1 win above expectation. If you look at, 2 wins above expectation. If you look at the sort of predictive metrics in the tournament games from like Ken Pom, they've won 2 more games than they were even expected to win. So that's amazing considering how good the league has been all year long. But they've certainly validated the hype already. I think the question now is, does something strange happen this weekend where there's a reckoning for a bunch of these teams and, somebody doesn't get through? That also seems a little unlikely just the way that these brackets set up. I mean, only one of them is playing another one of them, Tennessee and Kentucky. And then in the South, there's the potential for an all-SEC regional final. In the West, there's potential for an all-SEC regional final. So the opportunities to get to San Antonio for the SEC are pretty strong. And I feel like as long as they advance one or two teams, there's really not much anybody can say. It's been the SEC's year in basketball. And honestly, with the coaches in this league and the investment in the sport, there's no reason to think that's going to be a one-off.
Neil Blackmon covers the SEC football and basketball for SaturdayDownSouth.com, SaturdayDownSouth.com. Follow Neil on X, NW Blackmon, NW Black MON. Obviously, lots of Gator fans listening to this show. For what it's worth, they didn't cover in either game, but they won both games, including quite the challenge from UConn. What do you make of the Gators' first week in the tournament as they head to the Sweet 16?
Well, I thought they played great for the first half, mostly against Norfolk State, and obviously looked like the Gators in the last 4 minutes against UConn. I thought that UConn in particular was, I anticipated that this would be a close game. Did I anticipate it being a game where UConn led the bulk of the basketball game? No. But Danny Hurley, love him or hate him, is a guy that he knew that 25% of brackets had Florida in the Final Four. He knew that a lot of people were picking Florida to win the national title. They were 2 times national champions, and they were going to put together a plan and play their guts out, and that's what they did. And Florida weathered that. And I think when, you guys know, most champions have a game like that. So I think for Florida, it's okay. You've now taken that shot. You've relieve some of the pressure associated with what if we don't get to the Sweet 16? Is this season a failure, as ridiculous as that would be? So now maybe they're looser in San Francisco, and I think that helps. They can play better. There is no doubt that they can play better, and they're going to need to play better Thursday night. When the bracket came out, I told folks I thought that Maryland and their starting 5, the Crab 5, would be probably the toughest straight-up matchup for Florida. Not that Florida doesn't match up well. They match up well with everybody. But this will be a challenging basketball game for the Gators. If they win it, I actually like them against either potential opponent in the Elite Eight.
I'm with you. If they were getting Maryland in game 2, I wouldn't be worried. But Maryland with that starting 5 and the rest that they have and getting ready for that game could be a problem, no doubt. Auburn, had a mediocre first half against Alabama State and then won. Were challenged in their second game. We all know they lost 3 or 4 coming into the tournament. Is this a pretty good reset week for Bruce Pearl and Auburn? Because they've not played their best basketball, and it seems like the couple of days off might be just what the doctor ordered for Auburn.
Yeah, I think Auburn's going to play great this weekend and go to the Final Four. And I'm not typically one for the out-the-gate hot take, but look, we saw Auburn basketball in the second half against Creighton. I don't know where it was for the rest of March while they kind of, after they won at Rupp Arena, they seemed to just kind of take their foot off the gas, and then they got out of sorts. And actually one of their seniors, Dylan Cardwell, called them out at a press conference and said, he didn't like the vibes around the team. Well, whatever happened in between the Alabama State sleepy game and the second half of the Creighton game worked, because that team that outscored Creighton 47-33 in the second half played suffocating defense and made open shots and made offense look easy. That was the Auburn team that was 27-2. So I think in Atlanta, with a legion of Auburn fans behind them, I think that they're going to play their best basketball. And I agree. I think there is a rest factor for them. Joni Brim has been playing hurt a lot of the year. Denver Jones, their best defender, has played hurt a lot down the stretch. They should be as healthy as they've been in a while. home crowds. It should be a good weekend to be an Auburn fan in Atlanta.
Kentucky and Tennessee for the third time, and Kentucky won the first two, but Tennessee is expected to win this meeting in the Sweet 16. So we've got a lot going on here, how the schools match up against one another. You know, both have disappointed in tournaments recently, but one of them will get to the Elite Eight. Can you really beat a good team 3 times in a season? How do you see this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting because Rick Barnes is a Hall of Fame coach. He knows why they lost the first 2 games. And the reason they lost the first 2 games was that Kentucky shot 50% from 3 in those games. They went 12 of 24 from beyond the arc. And, you know, no opponent against Tennessee this year, except one time, shot above 40% from 3. That was Florida, that pulled off 45% in one of their meetings. But the point is, Tennessee has to guard the perimeter jump shot. And then if they do that better, I think that they'll be in a position to beat Kentucky for the first time this season. On the flip side, it's getting harder and harder to beat Kentucky. Kentucky is starting to guard. The last month of the season, according to at least the predictive metrics that track how well you've played defense from a certain date and time, Kentucky's been a top 20 defense. Remember, guys, they were in the 100s in early February. So they've improved about 60 spots in their Kim Pom defense. They're really playing their best basketball at the right time, and they're going to be super confident against Tennessee, having already beat them twice, and one of those games without Lamont Butler, their best defender. So, I don't really buy into the adage that you can't beat a great team 3 times. I think matchups determine that, and it's not a great matchup for Tennessee. But if they guard the 3-point line and Chaz Lanier shoots the way he did on the first weekend, yeah, you know, Tennessee can win this game.
Michigan State's got a lot of depth. They play pretty good defense. They sometimes fail to be able to shoot the basketball well. When you look at Ole Miss Thursday night against Sparty, how do you see them matching up?
I think Ole Miss matches up great. You know, the one thing I would worry about if I were Ole Miss is, you know, Michigan State, they're going to commit to getting the ball inside. That's the way that they play. They're going to commit to trying to make, you know, 2s right at the rim. That's the way that Izzo has built teams for years. They're a little bigger than Ole Miss, but so is everybody. I think what makes Ole Miss kind of hard to play against is that, you know, it's one thing to have a team that to be smaller than people in the front court, but Ole Miss isn't traditionally small. They play 5 guys who are 6'5", right? So, you know, 6'5" or taller. So they have height and length. They just don't have the 6'10", 6'11", 7-foot classic center that we're used to seeing. And I think their switchability and their speed will bother Michigan State a little bit. I don't think that this is a walkover game by any stretch of the imagination. Ole Miss is also super battle-tested. They've played 11 games against other Sweet 16 teams. They're 6-5 in those games, one of just 5 teams in the Sweet 16 to have a winning record against other Sweet 16 teams. I wrote about that at Saturday Down South. I think that's kind of flown under the radar in terms of their ability to compete against high-quality opposition. That's one of the games I'm looking forward to the most this weekend.
And for what it's worth, it is the smallest point spread of the 8 Sweet 16 games.
Oh, wow.
Michigan State is only a 3.5-point favorite in the game. He's Neil Blackmon. He covers SEC football and basketball for SaturdayDownSouth.com. SaturdayDownSouth.com. Follow Neil on X, NW Blackmon, NW Black MON. In 10 seconds, how many SEC teams in the Final Four?
I have said always that it's going to be 2. And my prediction is that it's Florida and Auburn that advance to the Final Four with Houston and Duke.
Neil, thanks so much for your time and your insight. We really appreciate it. Safe travels.
Thank you all.
Neil Blackmon, kind enough to join us here on Miller and Moulton and joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Sparty undefeated against teams in the Sweet 16. They're 4-0. Florida 7-2. Auburn 9-4. For what it's worth for teams against Sweet 16 teams. It's Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question today: since the TGL golf season is over, did you watch any of it? Yes, no, what the heck is TGL? I was a no, not once. Didn't turn it on for a second. Not interested. Hope it works. Hope it brings some attention to the sport. Hope some of these guys actually loosen up and show a personality and then take it to the regular tour stop. Because a few of the guys from the highlights that I've seen, Mark, have shown a little personality during this whole indoor computerized event.
Top Golf meets Pop Stroke, yes.
Right. But they haven't necessarily brought it to the PGA Tour event that they are playing either the week before or the week after. That's all. Show a little personality, guys. Not the worst thing in the world.
So I showed some of my personality yesterday, and I did something that I was extremely proud of.
Okay.
I have a 10-year-old daughter, and, you know, kids of that age start developing their own lingo. And there are words in their vernacular that we have no clue, particularly as a really old dad, I'm 55, of what the hell they're talking about. Well, I started looking up some of the youth slang terms that are now used by my daughter. And when I picked her up from school yesterday, and the only word I knew that they use is slay. And slay means doing something really well. You know, you slayed that. So I looked up a bunch of words and started dropping them in our conversation on the ride home from school.
Oh, wow.
It infuriated my daughter. She was so mad at me to the point where stop became like a 4-syllable word. Stop.
So she caught on pretty quickly to what you were doing.
Oh, yeah. She's like, how do you know that? I used AI. Went to an AI app and said, give me all the youth slang terms. And it listed them with definitions. And I started breaking them out on the car ride home last night.
So what do we have?
Well, we have bussin'. That means something's really good.
Buffin?
Bussin'. B-U-S-S-I-N.
Oh, okay. Bussin'. Gotcha. All right. That's really good. If something's bussin',
right,
it is really good. Man, that meatloaf was bussin'.
Skibbity. Apparently that can mean anything. It can mean good. It can mean cool. It can mean bad. It really has no context. But when I threw Skibbity out there, she was beside herself.
Is he the running back from Arizona State that's going to go on Friday?
Absolutely. Skibbity, scattaboo, whatever the case may be. You could use a little skibbity. You could always use a scattaboo.
Wasn't Skibbity one of the lyrics in the Blues Brothers movie? All right. You know, because the music in that movie was amazing. By the way, I think that movie was released, wasn't it yesterday? Was yesterday the anniversary of that movie being released?
I missed that. I'm going to be really upset.
Yesterday or Monday but anyway, I saw a bunch of Blues Brothers yesterday on social media. So, I don't know. I thought the one, the Minnie the Moocher guy, okay?
Cab Calloway?
Yeah, that I thought he
might have thrown Skibbity into that.
I think he did.
For the record, the Blues Brothers was released June 20th, 1980.
Oh, okay. Well, then I don't know why I saw so much Blues Brothers yesterday.
I did see a thing on Cab Calloway on that recently that he had to, it was there were several songs in the Blues Brothers that were not lip synced by the people singing them because they weren't really good at lip syncing. The Johnny Lee Hooker doing the blues song out in front of, when they're all, he did that live. Aretha Franklin apparently butchered the lip syncing so bad they needed a bunch of takes and only could use the ones where it matched up. James Brown, of course, did not lip sync that song. Everybody else was lip syncing the background vocals, etc. But the Godfather of Soul was singing.
I like it. That was a big, by the way, that started like Aretha's comeback, that movie. It exposed her to a younger generation and led to a big resurgence for Aretha. But all right, anything else you had?
No, that's basically it. But I will say AI can be your friend, and I'm not talking about Allen Iverson. AI can be your friend when trying to figure out the lingo of your kids. And if you break it out on them, apparently they hate it. And I didn't stop all night.
So you're slaying, that means you're crushing it.
Right.
Okay. If you're bussing, that means it's really good. You're doing really well, that sort of thing. Right? Bussing.
And cap is lying, by the way. You know, if someone's telling that's cap, that's a lie. Or no cap, that's the truth. Just trying to help people out.
Wow. And your daughter didn't take this well at all.
Not at all. Wouldn't talk to me.
Well, I mean, I think she should punish you and make you miss her softball game on Friday.
Well, if she makes me go to the softball game, I'll be using all of these words every at bat.
By the way, any concern at all? And you're a Michigan State fan, but like the two Michigan schools are having to play two SEC schools in Atlanta. Any concern at all that the place is going to be predominantly, you know, the Auburn fans are going to be rooting for Ole Miss against Sparty. The Ole Miss fans are going to be rooting for Auburn against Michigan. Any concern at all that football stadium gets turned into a little bit of a home court advantage for the two SEC schools?
I'm curious. Michigan State travels very well for basketball.
And so does Michigan.
Very well. Michigan travels very well for everything.
Mm-hmm.
And this just in, I-75 runs right through Michigan and Atlanta.
I understand.
So I'm curious what the crowd's like. The one part that you brought up that I do find fascinating is that Ole Miss fan will root for Auburn. Auburn fan will root for Ole Miss. Michigan State fan ain't rooting for Michigan. No way in hell.
And vice versa.
No way in hell.
That is so true. Ole Miss, Michigan State, the early game. Friday. Michigan, Auburn will be the 9:45 tip or thereabouts. You're getting, I'm pretty sure you guys are getting Iron Eagle. You got the A team.
We got the A team.
Right?
They sent the A team to Atlanta.
Apparently, it came down to who played last. Was it Michigan or Michigan State? I think it was Michigan State. All right. That Michigan State winning was the tiebreaker for the network as to why it is they sent the A team.
So I threw out those records right before the break. Teams records versus Sweet 16 teams. Michigan State's a perfect 4-0. Florida 7-2. Auburn 9-4. Houston 5-3. Duke 2-1. Ole Miss 6-5. All six of those teams have winning records against the other Sweet 16 teams. Alabama, Purdue, and Texas Tech have 500 records against the rest. All of the other teams have losing records against the Sweet 16 teams. BYU the worst at 1-5.
I am fascinated by, first off, I'm surprised the Auburn-Michigan line is so big. Isn't it like 8.5? Yeah, I think I'd be all over the Wolverines in the 8.5. Also, this is a Final Four coaching matchup from a few years ago with Izzo against Beard. Remember, Chris Beard and Texas Tech surprised Michigan State in the Final Four a few years ago. Seth Everett's next. Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
We want to do, You want to do Spaeder at 9? He texts back and apologized and over and over and over again.
Sure.
Hi, Seth.
Hi. What the hell?
No, I don't know. You glitched and there's a lot of noise on your end today.
There is? For me?
Yeah, you're over. Mark, does he sound overmodulated to you?
How do I change that?
Can you turn your volume down a little?
How?
I don't know, because you and David are both on the same pot, so I can't turn one down and not the other.
It says automatically adjust mic volume. I don't know. How about now? How about now?
Can you count to 5?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So just you can just step back from the mic a little bit. And I think
Yeah.
we'll be Seth.
Yeah. Don't
How about now? I have a mixer here.
There you go.
Is this better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. My kid was looking for a stapler. Maybe she hit the knob. I don't know. Because on StreamYard, you can't adjust the volume.
Right.
So I didn't know. That's why I was like, how do I do this? Oy vey. Hall of Justice is taking a full month off.
Wow.
Yep. I'm about to have World War III with a service called Spotify.
Oh, I saw your text yesterday.
Don't take it back. I am not sorry. The only thing I'm sorry is that I hate Elon more than I hate Spotify. But I used Elon's platform to rip Spotify.
Yes, you did.
What?
And yes, you did.
Yes, I did. No, sorry, not sorry. Yeah, Sports with Friends is booked through May 1st, so
Okay.
I can't stop that. But both podcasts need full overhauls.
Okay.
Spotify flagged 336 episodes for
What?
copyright infringement because of 7 seconds of audio. It's my blood is boiling.
Is it like you're open or something?
Yes. And my clothes that I started in 2015. And there's a chance, because Spotify rules the world, apparently, there's a chance that other podcast players will lose the podcast too. So download the podcast, because I don't know what's going to happen.
Okay.
I have sponsors that are going to be disappearing. It's just, the whole thing is a nightmare.
Disappearing because you can't play their ads?
Well, if the podcast disappears,
Oh,
their
I
ads
just
won't
thought,
run
I just thought you'd have to change the open and close.
for 400 episodes.
Oh, you have to go back and change them?
Oh yeah, it's not a slap on the wrist. Don't do it going forward. They're going to remove old episodes of both shows. It's like 600 episodes. I wouldn't do that to an intern. Like if I said, like somebody can help me, it is torture.
So you'd have to redub the open and close 600 times.
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take them out.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And our buddy Seth Everett joining us, Sports with Friends Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Seth_Everett. By the way, Ryan Spaeder is going to join us at the top of the hour, the bonus hour.
Nice.
Yeah, he was scheduled to join us last hour. Things came up for him. But he
Clock.
rescheduled on the fly.
Did he not hit the snooze?
I don't know if that was it or not, but
why, man? Why is it the snooze? You remember that?
How many times do you hit the snooze?
Once.
Once?
I have
You're
this setting
a
now
you're
with
a
my
no
watch.
snooze guy,
I
right
wear my
now.
watch to sleep, and it vibrates instead of makes a noise, and it wakes me up.
You don't do the snooze at all, right, David? You're up.
No, I'm up. I also, though, set my alarm in a place where my feet have to hit the floor. And once
just
my
shut it
feet hit the floor, I'm up.
Yep.
So I love the snooze button. I think it's one of the most underrated inventions of the 20th century.
I'm surprised at the time you have to get up and that you and your wife sleep together that you can get away with hitting the snooze.
She wears earplugs to bed. Her alarm goes off for so long in the morning. I'm typically in the shower when her alarm goes off, and I can hear it. And I'm like, you think she'll shut that off before I'm out of the shower or not? And it just goes off forever.
It's like a little mystery every morning.
It is. All right, Seth, opening days tomorrow. We know you don't care anymore. You don't. And that's fine. No. That's fine. Give me your favorite opening day story. You worked in the sport for a long time. You obviously at one time, I'm guessing, waxed poetically about opening day. So give me your favorite opening day story.
Okay. My favorite is when Miller Park opening. So I don't know what they call that place now, but it was the Brewers' home. It was the stadium opening for the Brewers, and President Bush threw out the first pitch. And it's the very little publicized time when he bounced it because he was wearing a bulletproof vest. And then that led to the World Series in 2001 when Derek Jeter bullied him and basically said, you can't bounce it. And I remember that story, that and this dog this like bomb sniffing dog found something in my bag. Not a bomb, not a weapon, but like something like a notebook or something that had a weird smell. And they took my bag, and I didn't see my bag for like 45 minutes. They took it and went through everything and checked everything because they thought I was possibly gonna attack somebody or do something untoward. Which, if you know me, I never would. But
It was April of 01, by the way, when that park opened.
Correct. Yeah.
So
opening day.
Yeah. So that served the president well when, however many months later it was, over 6 months later, when he was nearly 7,
Correct.
when he was throwing out the pitch at the World Series.
I was at both games. And then I met President Bush in 07 when the National Stadium opened, but that wasn't an opening day. That was like, that was a home opener. Right. And I met him, and he couldn't have been nicer. What a fantastic person.
My first opening day in the business was 86 Yankees opening day. And, they had Ricky Henderson, Don Mattingly, Dave Winfield. Winfield was great. I'm 20 years old, and I look it. And all the media that was there, and Winfield was fantastic. They played the Royals, who had just won the World Series. And they were
Brett Saberhagen.
Right. And they were all in a bad mood. It was Lou Piniella, your buddy, his first day as a major league manager.
Well, I used to play there.
That's right, Lou. That's right. But interviewed George Steinbrenner in an elevator.
Nice.
The elevator opened up and he was on it, and somebody got off.
In the old Yankee Stadium. I know that.
Old Yankee Stadium. All right. And George had let it be known he was not doing interviews that day. And so I quickly said, can we have a minute? And he said no. And me and my camera guy got on the elevator.
Nice.
And it closed behind us. And we're going up to George's offices. And I said, Mr. Steinbrenner, we're from Scranton, Pennsylvania, big Yankees country. All right. We're just down for the day. It would mean everything to us if we could have 3 questions with you. And he said, if that camera's up and operating when the doors open, I'll do the interview. And sure enough, we interviewed Steinbrenner in the elevator.
That's awesome. That's very cool.
So
I like that.
Oh,
very cool.
Do you have a favorite MLB stadium, Seth?
Oh, yeah, sure. T-Mobile Park, Seattle. Hands down. Best park.
Why?
A lot of people say San Francisco, but they don't get credit for the water. They didn't build the water. Same thing with Pittsburgh. You can't factor that in. In San Francisco.
Hold on a second. The Giants owners paid for everything themselves, so they had to purchase that land.
Right?
So they were factoring in the water.
I know, but the water is natural. They didn't build the water. The water just was part of the package. In Safeco Field, I love that when the roof is closed, you still feel outside. I think that's just a cool feeling. And no matter what the weather is in Seattle, the elements play a factor in the game, even if the roof is closed. I just was fascinated with that. I also saw it open. I also saw it being built. So I'm a little partial, but yeah, Seattle, hands down.
So, Seth, by your theory, if a team were to build a stadium and then build a moat around the stadium,
they get credit for the moat, right? They get credit for the moat. In 03, Jack McKeon, the then Marlins manager, had a beer dumped on him. He was trying to get from the dugout to the clubhouse, and in order to get from the dugout to the clubhouse in San Francisco, you have to go through the concourse. That's ridiculous. That's dumb. It's just it's bad. It's a knock up against San Francisco. That's the thing. And people say, well, they have the water. They didn't build the water. Same thing with Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, the press box is you can touch the clouds, and that's part of it. And they go, yeah, but the Allegheny River, oh, that's so nice. Big deal. They didn't build it.
It's a great ballpark, Seth.
It's a great ballpark.
It's a great ballpark.
My top 5, though, and I haven't been to a lot of the newer ones. Like I was at old Atlanta, Turner Field, but Philly, I think, is a top 5. San Diego is a top 5. Coors Field in Denver is a top 5. I think that's 5.
You know, the Rockies are their fan base is remarkable. They put like 30,000 in every night. That franchise has been bad often.
Forever.
And that fan base shows up, spends good money to watch a bad product.
That is the most, I think I heard it's the most Instagrammed ballpark. Like the scenery is just so gorgeous. At twilight, when the sun is setting behind the Rocky Mountains, it's just unbelievable. The sun sets in the west and the mountains are west, just so you know. I learned that when I got there.
Baseball and geography with Seth Everett.
That, by the way, that could use a Pinella voice the next time you say that.
That is true.
All right. That sounded like something that Lou would have said.
Me and Stan Williams got in a mean game of rock, paper, scissors. And his paper covered my rock.
Seth, you normally, you're into your teams, but you have become a bigger hockey fan. I think over the past couple of years, you've always been a hockey fan, but I think because your Devils have had a resurgence, I think it makes you a bigger fan.
Yeah, and my kids are doing it with me, so it's fun. Yeah.
You think Ovechkin's going to break the record this year?
Not this year, no. I'm standing on record. I don't think he breaks it this year. He breaks it, but he doesn't break it this year. That's just my hunch.
For the record, scored with 4 minutes to go in the third to tie it against Winnipeg, 2 best teams in the league. Winnipeg won in overtime.
That was a great game.
And Ovechkin at 889, 5 away from tying, 6 away from breaking. What do they have, like 11 games left?
Yeah. Look, it's hard. It's a guess. I'd love to be wrong. Let him score it. But
well, I think the big question is when you're Gretzky, when do you start? Because I think Gordie Howe only went to like 1 or 2 games when Gretzky broke his record. But we joked about it a couple of weeks ago when Bud Selig ended up following Bonds around for like 8 days.
I was there. I started following him around. I spent a hell of a weekend in San Diego once watching Bonds chase that record.
And if you're Gretzky, you wouldn't mind showing up, when he gets to about 893, but you never know. You could have, Pete Rose tied Cobb with a 4-hit game at Wrigley Field and went to the plate in the 9th.
I remember that.
With the chance to pass Cobb when they had the big event planned the next night in Cincinnati.
You think they build a protective bubble around Gretzky?
A protective bubble around Gretzky?
Oh, his name has been very mud recently.
Well, it's mud, surprisingly, north of the border.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. South of the border, they love him.
Yes, he's the great one. South of the border.
They love him.
The greatest hockey player of all time, a Canadian who played for Team Canada, who was general manager of Team Canada when they won the gold medal for the first time in forever. Mm-hmm. Right. He's now a blankety blank because of our politics.
Well, the good news for Gretzky is the Caps last night played in Winnipeg. It is the last time
they're
that
in Canada.
The Caps will go north of the border for the rest of the year.
That's wild. You think the Caps go far?
No.
I think they're a house of cards. I'm not trying to be rooting. I can't stand Tom Wilson, but I have no I don't like the Capitals, but I'm not rooting against them. What I'm saying is I think they're a house of cards. I think any of those other East teams can beat them.
I don't. I think the division that they're in has become very soft. Like Carolina last year was outstanding. They're not this year. New Jersey's too banged up to beat them. Okay. They're going to end up playing,
the Islanders, Columbus, Montreal.
Believe it or not, Montreal, well, no, they're not going to play Ottawa because Ottawa's the first wild card.
Right,
okay. Right. But Montreal, maybe, I actually think they'll have more trouble with the first round series than they will with the winner of Carolina Jersey. Because I think both those teams are tremendously flawed right now.
I have first cousins who are season ticket holders to the Caps, and we have a great trash talk text that might go public if they play in the playoffs. Oh,
good, and you should. And I think New Jersey has a better shot of beating Washington than Carolina because Carolina's soft as baby do.
Yeah.
They're not a playoff team. And I
Yeah.
like Washington's speed, particularly on their back line. They're a fast skating team. We thought of them getting so slow as they got older with Ovechkin, but the moves they made in the offseason made the team much quicker on the ice and a little bit bigger. So I think they can get to the Eastern Conference Finals, but I think the Devils will give them a hell of a series.
On Monday, they played Vancouver, so it was Quinn versus Luke, and I took my girls. We had a blast. I hadn't taken my girls since opening night.
Okay, you do know you're talking to two guys who knew what you were talking about, but
Nobody
to our
knows what I'm talking
audience, okay, that's Quinn and Luke Hughes, correct?
Oh, this is not the the interstitial between during the commercial break.
Okay, our audience and went, Quinn and Luke, what the hell is he talking about?
Yeah,
I thought it was Bo and Luke on the Dukes.
it's Dawson's Creek.
I thought it was Luke and Laura. What? What's he talking about?
Luke Hughes is a young man on our team, and Quinn Hughes is his older brother, one of the best defensemen in the league. And they were always on the ice at the same time, and I loved it. They were matching them up. I loved it.
All right, Sports and Friends Hall of Justice. Apparently, you're no longer doing Hall of Justice. You're just taking
Justice.
some
The
time
last
off.
episode for this week, Lenore Zahn, who played Rogue in the in the X-Men animated series and the revival X-Men 97. She also, for 12 years, served as a member of Canada's Parliament. She was in the government. So she's been on before, but she came on. They won a bunch of awards, and she talks about X-Men 97. And then we are taking the entire month of April off. We need to do some retooling for the podcast to make them go. So Hall of Justice. Sports with Friends is going every week, though. That's going all the way through January. Our buddy Scott Miller used to be from CBS and Fox and MLB Network Radio. We did a full opening day preview, and I would say it's half state of the game and half teams. But Scott Miller, one of my dearest friends, covering baseball, he's a great dude, and he's on this week's episode.
There you have it, with opening day in North America being tomorrow. Seth Everett, follow him on X at Seth_Everett, Seth_Everett. Seth joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline. Seth, all the best to you and the family. We'll talk next week.
You got it, guys.
Miller and Moulton.
See ya. Bye.
I thought he would.
These are my last words. No, these are my last words. No,
he'd
these
give
are my
us
last words.
Panella.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has the look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I do want to visit the new Braves Park, which I know is a handful of years old now, but I will say the traffic around it seems horrendous.
Yeah, I've walked by the San Francisco ballpark when I was in the city for my honeymoon, but I obviously didn't go to a game. I've not been to that many, to be brutally honest. Ryan starts apologizing to me. I'm like, thanks for doing this. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. It's on me. Blah, blah. I go, well, I mean, for as much as we're paying you for this segment, I really And he just started laughing. I'm like, come on, man. We ain't going to lose any sleep over it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Thanks so much for being with us. Ryan Spaeder's kind enough to join us. He's a numbers guy, stats, analytics, covers Major League Baseball. Here we are, a little more than 24 hours away from the opener for most teams. Ryan with one of the great X handles of all time, the Ace of Spaeder. The Ace of Spaeder, Spaeder. Ryan, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Excellent, gentlemen. How's it going?
It's going well. Listen, tell people where they can get your work. You guys do some fascinating stuff. I know you and a couple guys, you'll place bets on every game and you'll break it down. Tell people where they can find your work.
The best place is still going to be on Twitter or X, whatever the heck you're calling it nowadays. On there, I'll post any necessary links. I have various different sites that I contribute to and sites that I run. But you can find everything right there on that handle that you just mentioned.
All right, you do make bets on every game as we head to the start of the season. Is there an over-under number of a team that you think is way off base? You know, we were looking at a few teams. We like the Reds this year for what it's worth. Is there a team you really like one way or another on over-unders?
You know, it's funny you say the Reds because we happen to agree there. I like the Reds over as well, assuming that's where you're landing with that. There are a couple others that stick out to me, and one of which did not become apparent until last night, and that is the Braves. I had a difficult time when I was doing my analysis last night finding 85 wins with this Braves team. So that might be an under that catches my eye coming into tomorrow. And it surprises me. And I was sitting there wondering if my hometown team bias was factoring into that, and truly it wasn't. I just could not find 85 victories for that Braves team. But a couple others that I really like in terms of the over, because everybody likes playing the over and just hoping for the team to pull out some victories, is the Red Sox and the Diamondbacks, as well as the Athletics. The Athletics at 71.5. I like that over for them, and I think the Athletics are going to surprise a lot of people.
Why is it that your numbers don't find 85 plus wins for the Braves easily? I mean, I don't know. First off, they're going to get Acuna and Strider back. They won more than that last year. Where is it that you think the Braves have taken another big step back?
So they haven't gotten them back. First, I think that's a major problem. And when I look at that lineup, you are counting on a whole lot of ball players bouncing back. Matt Olson, Austin Riley. I think Austin Riley is going to do so, probably without any problem. But based on some of the analysis that I was working on this offseason in terms of the way a lineup should be structured and the way that I think a lot of teams will be structuring them going forward, I think the Braves were onto something years ago when they started hitting Acuna first, their best player overall, batting him first overall. If they can get him back, then, that's going to be a boon for them. But you look at the back end of that lineup, if everybody isn't pulling their weight, bouncing back from last year, and frankly, staying healthy, you've got a whole bunch of players in that lineup who have an on-base percentage around 280. And I can't find runs with that. I can't find that effective. And in that case, you're going to be leaning a whole lot on Austin Riley, which I think you can do. I think he's going to go back to his typical season prior to the pitfalls, the injury pitfalls he faced last year. You're going to be leaning a whole lot on Austin Riley, on Acuna Jr., which you really aren't sure what you're going to get coming back from that injury, and Marcelo Ozuna, who's an aging power hitter, which, you know, back as a young fan, an aging power hitter often meant they were coming into their best season. Well, it doesn't really mean that anymore. So I don't know if he's going to be that 40 home run, 110 RBI guy going forward. I think as a Braves fan, I would caution that my analysis as not a reason to not be optimistic. I think it's
right.
more of it being cautiously optimistic thing, because you're looking at it between probably if on the high side everything could go well with them, they are probably going to win that division. But last night, as it stands, I couldn't find the 85 victories.
With the injuries to the Yankees in the preseason and Garrett Cole being out and other pitching injuries, are the Red Sox the favorite to you in the AL East?
I got them winning the AL East. I don't know. I don't know how much the injuries went into my breakdown of the season, because frankly, I do it last minute and I wait until the season, until it's in the position. So I don't know really where I had them prior to all those injuries. But I think the Red Sox are a more complete team. I think the Red Sox started shifting towards a more futuristic roster and everyday lineup. When you look at those guys, they got guys like Connor Rafaela batting eighth, and he's, in my opinion, going to be a two-hole hitter in a lot of lineups. Well, he's batting eighth to set up guys like Jarren Duran, who functionally will go through the lineup as a three-hole hitter after opening the game out of the leadoff spot. So I think that they're setting themselves up for a very dynamic lineup every single day. And their roster, it seems like, or excuse me, their rotation, it seems like, to me, Garrett Crochet is fast emerging as one of the favorites to capture the American League Cy Young Award. And we saw how one powerhouse pitcher can lead a team just to get back on the Braves, just like we saw with them with Chris Sale last year and winning 93 games. So that's kind of where I got the Red Sox. I think they're going to push low to mid 90s victories.
The Orioles, they lose Burns. They're counting on their closer coming back. He missed all of last year. Has their window, and this is maybe a stupid question because they're so young in so many spots, but I wonder if all of a sudden their window is closing.
You know, it's a funny way to phrase it, because you can't really say their window closed, but it seems like they've taken a couple steps back away from it. It's definitely a window that's still open. I think they're still a young team, but they're going to be another one that I could see who I wouldn't be surprised if they win 83 games, and I wouldn't be surprised if they win 93. I don't like their rotation, and I think a lot of people in baseball are inclined to agree with that. I do think we're going to get a big year from Adley, and I always mess up his last name, Rushman, I guess. I think he's going to have a massive year, top 10 MVP type like year, bouncing back from last year. And I think last year was largely a bad luck season. He hit the ball very well, other than what the back of the baseball card says. So I think that that's another team you kind of have to be cautious with and expect the unexpected there. Much lower than anticipated win total, or potentially another one that could compete along with the Red Sox and the Yankees.
You mentioned Oakland earlier. I'm guessing this might be your answer, but last year the Tigers came out of nowhere in August and made the postseason. Who's this year's Detroit that could come out of nowhere and make the postseason?
Well, you nailed it. I do think that's Oakland. I can't say that I'm confident enough that they're going to go out and push towards the postseason. Although with the 3 wild card spots now, you can't be so sure. I do think the Athletics will shock baseball, And of course, a lot of it will be attributed to leaving the Coliseum and everything. I just think the way that team is put together, I think they're very strong. I think their rotation is a lot better than given credit for. I saw that they were just ranked, I believe, 29th. I don't think that is the case. I really liked what I saw from a lot of their pitchers down the stretch. Mitch or Mike Spence, I'm forgetting his first name. I think that he's got some really good stuff. They got that kid Vito who can pitch out of the bullpen or start some games. I really like his stuff. And then their lineup, we saw MVP stuff from Lawrence Butler, which is one of the wagers that I did take this year is a flyer on Lawrence Butler to win the MVP. I think that he's going to emerge as one of the best ball players in baseball. I have, for quite a while, not to call on myself for being quote-unquote correct, I have for quite some time saw Butler, and in him I see what everybody else sees in Ellie De La Cruz offensively. I think Lawrence Butler is that type of player. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a 30-30 year out of him with massive offensive numbers to go along with that. And I think there's pieces in that lineup that complement that very well. I like J.J. Bleday, who quietly hit 40 doubles last season, and a lot of people seem to forget with Bleday. He was a first-round talent, so it's not like it's coming out of nowhere with him. And, of course, Brent Rooker, who they inked up. I just like what the Athletics are doing. And if you look at their second half last season, I believe it was the final 2 months, they were competing right alongside the team, the Yankees, who represented the American League in the World Series. So I do think there's a decent shot the Athletics could emerge and surprise baseball across the board.
He's Ryan Spaeder. All right. He crunches the numbers, stats, analytics. Follow him on X. He will connect you with all of the places that he provides material for. The Ace of Spaeder. The Ace of Spaeder, Spaeder. Ryan, thanks for your time and your insight. Enjoy opening day. We'll talk next month.
Gentlemen, I appreciate it, and looking forward to talking to you again soon.
Ryan Spaeder joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline. Yes.
Of spades. Sorry, I had to get one out before the day was over.
I like it. On the American Paint Supplies Hotline. Say it again.
The Ace of Spades.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish football, I do have a question. How many people do you think are interested in Stanford firing head coach Troy Taylor?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. You know, it is interesting, and we experience it when we make predictions. But when others come on and they give us their predictions and how fan bases react to them, I get such a big kick out of it. Particularly in baseball, when it's such a long season, there's a significant injury factor that usually takes place. And, you know, what's a bad prediction? I mean, the Marlins making the playoffs is a bad prediction.
Yes, the White Sox.
Right.
Making the playoffs is a bad prediction.
The Rockies making the playoffs is a bad prediction.
Right, but the Braves winning 85 games is a bold prediction. Their over-under's 93.5.
Right.
And Ryan Spaeder saying he has a difficult time seeing 85 wins. That's
shocking.
That's a huge discrepancy.
Yes, that is shocking.
I mean, the two things that I came away with out of Ryan, three things that Ryan really, to me, drilled down on. One, he's got the Red Sox to win the AL East. Given the fact of the Yankees spring training, all of the injuries that they've incurred, even the Rays with McClanahan out a couple of weeks here. We don't know how long that's going to be. So he likes the Red Sox. He also does not like the Braves. And he thinks that the Athletics will compete for a wild card spot. Their over-under is 71 wins. That is a bold prediction.
I kind of like it, though. They're in a soft division. They got off to a horrible start last year in which no one paid attention to them in the second half of the year, when in the second half of the year they played 500 baseball. And they've gone out and signed like 7 guys this offseason. Their owner saved up all his money, didn't spend it for years, and now he's going to spend it to make them good for when they show up at their new ballpark in Vegas. He's going to create some excitement in and around the team. He clearly, intentionally didn't do it the last few years in Oakland. But now he's clearly, intentionally doing it for Sacramento and Vegas.
But from over-under of 71 to say they're going to win around 84, 85 games and compete for a wild card spot, that's even more bold than saying the Braves are going to win 85.
Right.
Those are some big takes. The one thing he does, and David mentioned it, you can go to the Ace of Spaeder on X, and he offers you got to put a credit card down. So just don't think you can just get it for free. But he literally makes a bet on every single Major League Baseball game. If you sign up, got to give the card and got to remember to do it. He's giving you the first 2 weeks for free. But he usually posts them, after the games have started, of what his bets are for the day. He's a fun follow on X.
And that's nice because you can keep track. And then you go, oh, wow, he's doing pretty well. I may want to sign up for this.
He went on a heater last year for about 3 weeks where things were very good for Ryan. We've talked a little football today. Russell Wilson is now a Giant. David is enthralled by now their quarterback room of Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and Tommy Cutlets.
The one thing I do give Joe Shane credit for, and goodness knows I don't give him credit for much, he has just restocked the quarterback room for a total of $16 million. I mean, we talk about how much money you're spending on your quarterback room. 10.5 on Russ, 4 on Jameis, and third-year minimum for Tommy Cutlets, which I think is around 1.1. So now both Jameis and Russ have incentives, and they can basically double their earnings. But right now, the Giants' quarterback room is costing them $16 million. Now, you watch Steelers games because you're a season ticket holder and you married into a Steelers family. 1 to 10, how was Russ last year?
4.
Now, that's taking in your bias. You're not a Russ guy. You weren't a Russ guy when he was terrific. All right. But, what did he have? 16 TDs, 5 interceptions. I will say his last year in Denver, when they couldn't get rid of him fast enough, 26 TDs, 8 interceptions. I mean, he is a 3-to-1 TD to interception guy these last 2 years, even when people can't get rid of him fast enough.
He at best is a 500 quarterback now, if he plays really well. I don't give a damn about the interception to TD ratio. I care about how many games you win. And I don't think Russell Wilson's a quarterback that can go out and win you games anymore.
I'll tell you what, Mark, the Giants would take 8 and 9 right now.
What? Yeah, maybe.
They would, because it would save those two guys their job.
Well, there's that. The Giants front office might. Giants fan, you tell me, would you rather go 8-9 or go 3-14 again and get a good draft pick? And I'm not even messing around when I say that, because 8-9 is NFL purgatory. It's not where you want to be.
I don't disagree, and I don't think with the way Russ has played the last 2 years that they can win 8 or 9 games. We'll say it again, the NFC East is very difficult cross-scheduling this year. They play the NFC North and they play the AFC West, I believe. So you take a look at their 8 non-division games right off the top, and they're pretty challenging. Of those 8, how many will the Giants be favored in? Plus, I believe they play the Niners also, because they were a last place team and the Niners were a last place team. So, I think the Giants have a very challenging schedule with the, quote, talent that they have on the roster. I just don't believe the people that say that this now means the Giants won't draft a quarterback. I find that laughable. First off, they can keep all 4. I mean, they're really good. They could just have Tommy Cutlets on the practice squad. How many teams are going to spend a roster spot on Tommy Cutlets?
I don't think he would last there the whole year if that were the situation. When somebody gets hurt, somebody would snatch him off of the practice squad at some point. But I do agree with what you're saying initially.
Tell you what, though, he was a free agent until 10 days ago. Nobody was offering him anything. I think he's a media creation for a 1 month on a bad team. I think Tommy Cutlets has got a little Jeremy Lin in him. And, and that was the same media market that created Jeremy Lin. But
I think you're onto something there. Like I said, if quarterbacks get hurt because he's played and you need a third string guy, I think he'd get picked up off a practice squad. But we're talking about third and fourth string quarterbacks here. That's not really something that matters.
I do find it hysterical what the Steelers have done the last 3 years with their quarterback room. It was Kenny Pickett and Mason Rudolph in 23. They blew up the whole quarterback room for Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, who now both will be playing their home games at MetLife Stadium. And now they signed Mason Rudolph back, and they're looking to go Aaron Rodgers. And you wonder why the Steelers are in the shape that they're in?
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, Twitch chat. I've got an interesting, you've brought this up a few times and I've left it alone. Anybody else worried about Realtor Clark? Did he just leave our show? Or did the Chiefs' loss cause him to do something dastardly? I mean, I've never seen that before. I've had a few that I think I've run out where they just fought with me every day and I had enough of it. But I think you guys did it to Realtor Clark. It wasn't David and I.
No, it wasn't.
Well, then he's the softest person in the world, Ambient. If his team lost a Super Bowl and he basically left our show because of it, that's soft. That is Miami Dolphin soft. That's Carolina Hurricane soft.
Yinzer, what are you referencing? Oh, gotcha. Damn.
I think he did enjoy the show. I don't think he could take you guys. We never gave him any grief.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Did you see the news that Fran McCaffrey
is taking over at Penn, right?
I think that's his alma mater.
Okay.
So, he'll bring a high scoring, entertaining brand of basketball. I mean, he recruits and, teaches offense, for all the coaches who recruit and teach defense. Fran's exactly the opposite. So, but yeah, with the coaching carousel, Fran McCaffrey looks as if he's going to land a gig.
Folks in Iowa really hated to see him go.
They are so thrilled to get Ben
McCollum. They are so happy.
It's unbelievable. A guy who a year ago at this time was coaching in Division II, and Iowa Hawkeye fans cannot embrace Ben McCollum enough.
But for the way in which, and David, you've now been to Iowa, and I happen to have, through where I play golf, have a ton of Iowa acquaintances that I'd never known anybody from Iowa until 7-8 years ago. And now I seemingly know all kinds of people from Iowa, for as much as they love Kurt Ferentz. And they do. They love Kurt Ferentz. It doesn't matter. That's their guy. They hated Fran McCaffrey. No matter what happened, they never liked him.
Nope. And when he got fired, people wrote stories in which they say, Fran, you never got us. You never understood why it is you bothered us. Okay. You never gave any of yourself to us. All right. It wasn't the fact that you underachieved in the tournament. Okay. Because like you pointed out, Mark, they love a football coach who has gone 8-4 for 25 years on average.
They think they do it the right way.
Right.
In football. David, the one thing that Iowa does know that so many college teams do not, and we've been talking about it for damn near 20 years, the Hawkeyes know who they are.
Yes.
They know exactly who they are. Their fan base knows it. Their alumni know it. And their comfortable with who they are.
Yes.
Would they like to be better? Of course.
Right.
But
And
they're
every now and then they
comfortable.
are.
But
Right.
they're comfortable with who they are.
The other thing they're not comfortable with, certain fan bases would be very comfortable with Fran McCaffrey's behavior, with his temper. Yeah, it doesn't play in Iowa.
Nope.
It doesn't. You can beat Dan Hurley in Connecticut. And it's not just the winning. I mean, Dan was behaving like this before he started winning. You can be that way in Connecticut. You can be that way in the Northeast and in certain places in this country. You can't behave like that in Iowa. All right? You better be making it to the second week of the tournament at the very least if you're going to act like that in Iowa. That's when we start bringing up your lack of tournament success, because you're embarrassing us from time to time. And then you're not winning? No, can't do both. Can't do both, buddy. We can handle one, but not the other along with it.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1945 when the Marines secured the island of Iwo Jima from the Imperial Japanese Army. 18,000 Japanese, 6,000 Americans killed in that battle. 1952, Kansas beat St. John's 80-63 for the men's basketball championship. It was the first tournament to have a true Final Four format. Dr. Jonas Salk announces that he has successfully tested a vaccine to prevent polio today in 1953. Kind of a biggie.
Well, especially when people took it.
1971. The famous Rolling Stone logo, not the magazine, the band, the lips and tongue logo appears for the first time when it is used on VIP passes for their show at the Marquee Club in London. The Lakers break the NBA wins record by winning 69 of 82, 69-13. Today in 1972, that record would stand for 24 years. The Young and the Restless premiered today in 1973 on CBS.
Is Victor still on the show?
You know, I don't even know if the show's still is. The Young and the Restless is still on, isn't it?
Is it?
I think that's a half-hour one that's on CBS, right? Or I'm not even sure anymore. My mom still watches General Hospital. Bless her. Love it.
No, The Young and the Restless, I thought, was the 12:30 to 1:30 soap that was on CBS. All right. And they may have gotten rid of that. Do you know CBS came out with a new soap opera?
Yes.
Okay. They're running it at 2 p.m. I was shocked when I saw the promos. I'm like, wait, you're doing a soap opera? I thought they were done.
All right. Also in 73, UCLA beats Memphis for the title. It was their 7th straight title. Walton, most outstanding player for the 2nd consecutive year.
NC State would beat them the next year and deny them 8 in a row.
Today in 1974, Foreman TKO's Ken Norton in the 2nd round for the WBA, WBC, and the Ring heavyweight boxing titles.
So think about it. In 73, he knocks out Frazier in the 2nd round. He knocked him down 6 times. Then in 74, he knocks out Ken Norton in the 2nd round. This is all relevant. You got to throw that in the mixer for when in the late summer, early fall of 74, when Ali does the rope-a-dope and beats him. I mean, Foreman was indestructible.
1977, Hall & Oates gets their first #1 hit, Rich Girl. First of 6 #1s for Hall & Oates. The highest rated game in college basketball history was played tonight in 1979. Michigan State takes down Indiana State. Magic and Larry, for the first time on a court together,
and they would transform the NBA.
Where was the game played? Wasn't it in like Boise or some small place in
Albuquerque?
No, I thought it was like some place in a small town in Utah, Boise. It's, and you're right. It was magic. It was Larry. It was incredibly hyped. I think this arena only held like 9,000.
Now you're making me look it up. It
I'm
was in Salt Lake City. You are right.
Okay, it was in Salt Lake City, but it was in like a campus arena. It's not
That's
like
the
in
event center, it says.
Right. It's not in like the place where the Jazz.
It wasn't even open then.
Well, right. They didn't. The Jazz were in New Orleans then. They didn't even have the arena.
I mean, Jazz hasn't taken over the great state of Utah at that point.
Hadn't opened their first jazz club yet.
Right. Also today in 79, another meaningful thing, I guess. Sadat and Menachem Begin signed a peace treaty.
Yeah, kind of a big deal. Yeah.
Magic, Larry, Begin, Sadat. I don't know.
I mean, Israel's first peace agreement with an Arab nation. I don't know. Seemed like a biggie at the time. And 45 years later, they still haven't shot at each other.
Think about that for a second.
Now, they killed one of the guys who signed the peace agreement, but they haven't shot at each other.
And in 2001, Tiger wins his first of 2 Players' Championships, beating Vijay Singh by a stroke. Robert Frost, Tennessee Williams, Strother Martin. You probably don't know that name, but think of the warden in Cool Hand Luke and the general manager in Slapshot. That's Strother Martin. Leonard Nimoy, Sandra Day O'Connor, James Caan, and Teddy Pendergrass would have all celebrated birthdays today. Southwest Florida's favorite politician, Nancy Pelosi, turns 85 today. Bob Woodward is 82. Diana Ross, 81. Steven Tyler, 77. Martin Short is 75. Marcus Allen, 65. John Stockton, 63. Kenny Chesney is 57. And Von Miller is 36. What did I miss, David?
No, I think you hit them all. That was a very good Pelosi line, by the way.
I thought so.
Oh, nice. Well done.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to South Carolina for the good, where the Horry County Police Department said on social media that they responded to a neighborhood where a kangaroo was on the loose. They were able to capture the kangaroo. It turned out that the animal's owner, Lindsay Richardson, had just woken up when a neighbor alerted her that her pet was loose. She went out in her pink pajamas to help police wrangle the kangaroo. Apparently, the kangaroo got out thanks to her goat that unlatched the gate. Must be a hell of a place she's got there in South Carolina. Goats and kangaroos living in harmony. For the bad, we go to Palatka, Florida, where a Florida man was released from state prison last December. He's back behind bars after he was busted with meth. The man, who was in a wheelchair, had several baggies of crystal meth found in his underwear. He told police that there's nothing wrong with drugs after he was arrested. And finally, the ugly. And I don't know how I missed this story last week, but the New Hampshire State Police arrested a man after receiving numerous reports that the man was running completely nude down the travel lanes of a highway. That man's name, Sean P. Weiner Sr.
Outstanding.
Mr. Weiner was running on Route 16 in Dover in the buff. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Wednesday, March the 26th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Got 4 hockey games tonight, but 2 of them are on TNT, including the Devils and Blackhawks at 7:30. Wow. Dallas and Edmonton at 10 o'clock. I don't think McDavid or Draisaitl are back yet.
They didn't play the last game, and I don't think they're expected to tonight, David.
Well, here's the other thing. Edmonton has fallen behind the Kings. Remember, I predicted this was going to happen coming out of the break? Because the Kings are 12-0-3 in their last 15 at home, and they still have a bunch of home games to play. But LA's 2 points ahead of Edmonton, and it just means the one would have home ice over the other. But Edmonton's had home ice over the Kings the last 3 years in the playoffs. So, I mean, no guarantee Edmonton's getting out of the first round this year. So there you have it. NBA, I think we've got like 6 games.
We do.
ESPN with the double dip, 7:30 Lakers and Pacers, and 10 o'clock Celtics and Suns.
Suns are red hot right now. This will be an interesting game.
Tied for the last playoff spot in the West, but they've won 4 in a row.
Bucks at Nuggets, but the Bucks now with no Lillard. Wonder what will happen to Milwaukee the rest of the way. Can the Pistons catch them for that 5 spot in the East? Because those two teams are tied right now. And if Lillard's out the rest of the season, what can you expect out of Milwaukee?
Did the Knicks announce that someone's not playing tonight? They're a 2.5-point underdog at home to the Clippers. That can't just be because of Brunson, can it?
I don't see anybody else out but Brunson for tonight's game.
I mean, that's surprising to me right there. But anyway, and the College Basketball Invitational, the CBI, the championship game is tonight. FGCU got beat in the semis yesterday. Illinois State, Cleveland State, 5 o'clock today, actually, on ESPN2. Illinois State, a 2.5-point favorite. So the game's got redeeming value. You can bet on it.
And that's about all that you can do with a game like that. Miller and Moulton. If you missed any of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com or any of the usual places to download the podcast. Seth Everett was on with us today. Ryan Spaeder and Neil Blackmon talked a little college hoop as well.
Opening day of baseball tomorrow. Sweet 16 tomorrow. We'll do our baseball over-unders tomorrow. It's going to be a good show.
Whoa.
Yeah.
There's something to look forward to.
Well, we go on the record. We have to live with those suckers. Miller and Moulton. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for getting over the hump with us.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, tadalafil, and Viagra, sildenafil, are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton